was quiet in the first half, hit two big threes back-to-back to give them a little bit of breathing room. Jesse Edwards picked up that fifth foul, and they could attack on the inside.
I thought Syracuse best game of the season. I thought the zone was as active as it's been all year. They pushed Virginia out. They did a decent job of defending the three, even though Virginia was 9 for 21. But in the end, they didn't have the ability to get that long rebound and get that stop, and you can't do it without Jesse Edwards. Jesse Edwards was phenomenal. I mean, Virginia had to basically go to that big-to-big trap all game long. He did a pretty good job of handling it.
Virginia 5 consecutive wins against Syracuse. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio. Chargers filling their offensive coordinator spot with former Dallas OC Kellen Moore. Stephen A. Smith says Moore gets an upgrade.
Couple of things to point out. Number one, he's upgraded. He's gone from Dak Prescott to Justin Herbert. Let's call it what it is. He's upgraded, okay? That's number one. Number two, and more importantly to me, I'm a bit perturbed. I'm happy for Kellen Moore. He's not a scrub offensive coordinator, even though there are things he could have done better. But I do have a problem with the fact that people like him, and I forgot who else just got an offensive, Mike LaFleur the other day. He got an offensive coordinator's gig. It's amazing to me that these dudes that haven't won anything get jobs, but a Byron Leftwich, who won a Super Bowl championship in Tampa Bay, is out of a job.
Kellen Moore and the Cowboys announced Sunday they were parting ways. He lands the job with the Chargers yesterday. It's Tuesday, January 31st, birthday of Doug Peterson, the former quarterback, 55 today. He was the coach of the Eagles when they won Super Bowl 52. Philly, of course, now preparing to meet the Chiefs in Super Bowl 57. KJ and Max have more this morning. They're up next. I'm Jay Reynolds, back tomorrow with SportsCenter all night. It's ESPN Radio.
Coming up next, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
DallasStillSucks.com for details. All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.50.
This is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Yo, the hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. Gary Barbera's bigger, better, better. Durango. $16,666. Ho, ho, ho. Your radio's not broken. You heard me right. You can buy a Gary Barbera Durango from a crazy $16,666. Financing, don't worry. Instant credit. Come and get it.
Philadelphia's credit connection.
Oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
You tell him, Birds Coach Nick.
Boy, I guess.
The hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. High, wide, and handsome, big bed, bodacious Durango. $16,666. It was the star of the show. Buy it at Barbera from a crazy $16,666. Come and get it today.
Hey, this is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
It's exciting, it's fun, it's action-packed. It's Parx Casino and the Philadelphia 76ers together, bringing you what you love most, winning. Parx Casino is the proud, official local casino partner of the 76ers. Need a great place to watch the games? Come to Parx and enjoy game day in our Liberty Bell Gastropub or awesome beer garden. With over 3,200 slot machines, live tables, bars, dining, and the best live entertainment, Parx Casino is the place to be. It's time to visit Parx Casino.
This is how
21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parmalee in concert.
I love you just the way God made you, girl. He don't make
Take My Name tour.
Take my days, baby, take
Friday,
my
April 21st. The Excite Center at Parx Casino. Parmalee. Tickets on sale now at ParxCasino.com.
Feels like Carolina. Looks like
Don't miss Parmalee. Take up the new single, Girl in Mine, out now. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? There's a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men and is now available in Philadelphia. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses WAVE technology, backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call now to schedule a completely free and confidential assessment. You will receive a free blood flow ultrasound and get something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom in just minutes. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but is free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic of Philadelphia now to schedule your completely confidential appointment. 215-302-9999.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
You've entered the last day in January, which always puts a smile on my face. Days are getting longer. Warmer weather's around the corner. As Anthony always talks about the post-holiday blues that he addresses, I think it has something to do with light deprivation. You've made it through January at the end of today, and we appreciate you hanging out with us. Thankfully, we have something great to look forward to in February. And think about this. As an Eagles fan, you rarely have anything to look forward to in February. We're even starting to talk about the NFL draft sometimes in February. Not this time around. We are approaching 12 and a half days coming up at the bottom of the hour that we still have to wait to see Super Bowl 57. But your team is ready and getting ready to make the trip. The excitement's starting to really build. I can tell you this, the Rally House in Exton yesterday looked like a tornado had gone through.
What'd you get?
I didn't get anything.
Nothing?
I just wanted to see what they've got because then I can wait and see for the next orders, put in an in-store order and pick it up. So I wanted to see. It was incredible. Pat, it's as if Chester County had never seen a Super Bowl before. I mean, I don't know what King of Prussia ended up looking like or the store in Roxborough, but people were out. How was it? I saw the crowds on Channel 6.
I went at a good time because I went around 11.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, so the store was a little bit busy, but not too bad. But it was slim pickings.
I'm telling you, people were in.
I mean, they had a bunch of Eagles stuff.
Right.
The item that I was looking for, they were sold out.
They're getting new items every single day at Rally House. So be sure to check them out. They're getting shipments like 3 out of 4 days, something like that, to all the stores. So get in there. We're heading to Arizona next week, and we'll be broadcasting from Radio Row Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And our Super Bowl coverage is all presented by Rally House. Get to Rally House. Get all your Eagles gear for the big game. It's your city, it's your house, it's your Rally House. Plus Window Nation for all your window needs. Visit windownation.com. Proud to be endorsed by jalenhurts. And Berge Chevrolet, now with 2 locations in Plymouth Meeting and Colmar. So we have around we will leave in a week, Robert. Leave in a week.
That's what we do.
For Arizona.
Uh-huh.
Now, last time there was a Super Bowl, Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
This time, Arizona.
I'll
Already,
take Arizona.
Yeah, already that's a win. That's absolutely a win.
Yeah.
As we get ready for that.
When we went to Minnesota, Anthony and I, back in 2018, we landed and it was -1 degree. So I'll take Arizona this time of the year as opposed to Minnesota.
I look at this as a win because then there was the horrible Jacksonville Super Bowl. absolutely atrocious city to ever be granted a Super Bowl. It was terrible.
Yeah, I've never heard anything good about
it. Was terrible.
That week.
Well, the Riverwalk is nothing to. They ended up tearing it down. So if you went to Super Bowl 39, the Riverwalk is now gone in Jacksonville, and that's where everybody hung out the entire week because there wasn't much else. The Hooters, Pat, was a big spot.
Jacksonville,
spot.
I didn't hear many good things about.
Oh my gosh,
that location. Minnesota, yeah, it kind of figured, and we joked at the time of, the Eagles finally make the Super Bowl, and it's at a destination that you don't really want to go to in February.
God, it was so cold. Now everybody wants to go.
Yeah, I mean,
Arizona,
a city,
baby.
A city that is designed to have like a maze because it's so damn cold outside. Yeah, that's not really fun. Arizona, that's always beautiful.
It's going to be great. And our Super Bowl coverage, we fly out a week from today after our show, so we look forward to talking to you all about that in the coming week. I keep hearing how the Eagles stormed through the playoffs. Well, they stormed through the playoffs against two weak sisters. But the truth is, that doesn't tell the story. This team stormed through the entire season. And Bob makes the point, and honestly, in its simplicity, is where the beauty lies. Bob says it all year. Nobody beat the Eagles but the Eagles. And if they do end up somehow losing Super Bowl 57, I really believe it'll be the first time, when we're talking with Jalen Hurts, it'd be the first time that legitimately someone beat this Eagles team. To have this kind of sort of confidence in your squad and respect for what they've accomplished, honestly, that ain't a Philly thing. Rarely, we tend to have underdog stories. We tend to have, and except for that 83 Sixers team, we've never seen anything like this.
No. And the one thing that's gotten on my nerves, and I didn't realize it until I talked to a neighbor last night, stop bitching about what the San Francisco people are saying. Who cares?
Oh, my gosh.
Who cares? Yesterday was lit up with everybody caring so much about, oh, yeah, you're going to complain you didn't have your quarterback or you didn't. Who cares? It doesn't matter. The game's over.
They lost.
The Eagles kicked their asses. That's all that matters.
We don't care.
Yeah, like I couldn't believe the amount of talk of Twitter happenings yesterday that really gave a crap about what San Francisco or national media people are saying. I don't. Who cares? You're in the Super Bowl.
Let it be known that when national, local, or whatever media, when you double down on something and you come up really, really wrong, it's rare that someone will just take the L.
It's bad.
They've got to have something else to say for it.
Yeah.
There's always got to be some reason for it. The idea that anybody would be trying to spin that, well, Brock Purdy, if Brock Purdy had been in that game, no, Brock Purdy was not leading the and by the way, the Eagles took the foot off the gas pedal big time in the second half. Brock Purdy was not leading the San Francisco 49ers anemic offense to 32 points.
Yeah.
I mean, just be quiet.
Just let it hang out. It's ridiculous. And don't worry about it. Let it go. Let them cry. Let them say what they want. National pundits want to say whatever they want to say. Who cares? Eagles are in the Super Bowl, and that's all that matters, and that's the greatest thing in the world.
In the Morning Mind Bender, Coach says during the Super Bowl from morning until the end of the actual game, how many footballs will be used in total? That means in warm-ups and the game.
Oh.
In warm-ups and the game.
In warm-ups?
Yeah, like on the field. How many Super Bowl footballs do they have?
No. When I read it, I was wondering, well, during a game, teams like to have their own football. You know, on offense, they have their own football. So they're not changing in and out all the time. So I was only thinking a handful during the game. But warm-ups, God, I mean, you have like 12, 15 balls on the field.
I'm going to say there are 100 footballs.
I'll go 327.
I'll go like 75.
Coach, because these things are sold big money at auctions.
Pat, you want to go down a little bit on that?
No, I think 327 is a fair number.
All right, it's not. It's 120 total. They have.
I came close to that.
The NFL,
I was shocked.
The NFL gives 54 per team for warm-ups, and then during the actual game, there are 12 footballs that are used that the NFL keeps after they weigh them, and they are locked up.
They lock them up.
Yep.
and they make big money at auctions. And we're not talking about Super Bowl footballs that you can get, that you can just go and buy. These are the Super Bowl footballs that are officially used in games.
They cost money.
They make a ton of money. And you get a certificate of authenticity and everything.
Oh, cool.
I am not paying what they would cost.
How much are we talking?
Thousands. At auctions, thousands.
Double-digit thousands or like?
I would say thousands. Well, there's only, as you said, there's not many of them. There's 120 that are made.
But there's a big difference between 10K and 2K.
I would think it's closer to 10K.
Okay.
Because of the fact that
I'm probably out.
There's only 120 of them.
Yeah, I'm probably out.
So you're sitting out right now. So you're not holding up your little sign.
Not unless
saying you want to come with a bid.
There's a Groupon.
Hey, Bradford White water heaters are here for the pro. They help you do that. I don't think you get a Groupon. I don't think that they're doing that for you. I wrote a piece for social media this morning. It's going to be posted at 97.5thefanatic.com because I've had a few people send in emails checking out where you guys going to be, how you going to do that. We will be broadcasting from Radio Row. And I put a few pieces on my social media piece today just to give you an idea. If you've never been to a Super Bowl before, a few tips. One of them is they sell tickets to Radio Row. And they've been doing that, I believe, since the New York Super Bowl between Seattle and Denver. I think that was the New York Super Bowl. They started sell tickets to Radio Row. I'm suggesting to you that it's not what you think it is, and I'd save my money. They will tell you that there are all these celebrities and sports figures that are on Radio Row. And there are. There are people who are coming around and there are type of events like that. But they keep you behind barricades so you can watch. It's very rare that you're going to see the movie star who happens to be pimping a movie or something like that coming on over to meet you. Michael B. Jordan, when he's working Radio Row promoting Creed 3, is most likely not even coming to some radio stations, let alone coming over to go meet the general public and go stand there and take selfies and everything. So I'd suggest that might be something you want to save your money on. As I've watched people be very disappointed before. They thought they'd come down and get to meet all the
Well, maybe they want to spend their money and come down and see you, John.
Not worth it. See, after we're done, we'll come up the escalator, Bob, and we'll be there. We can meet people. If they want to meet us, maybe they can meet us for breakfast. I think it'd be
I like breakfast.
Better use of their dollars. So the Bird Stars are driving Gary Barbera cars during the DallasStillSucks.com event. Drive like the Birds coach Nick Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess. And DallasStillSucks.com. So check that on out. Speaking about sucking, that sucked Monday night at the Wells Fargo Center. It looked so promising. And then it crashed in a third quarter of just absolutely what appeared to be disinterest. But again, Bob, there's reaction to it on social media and things like that. To me, if my team wins 7 out of 8, I really and goes 5-0 on a West Coast trip, and then they can potentially go 3-4 on a homestand, I'm fine with it. I mean, it's a bad loss. That's a bad loss. Absolutely one that got away, but I'm not going to fret over it.
No, and I said to you this morning, I put it in our show sheet last night before the game started that I didn't like last night at all.
And why? What was your gut instinct on?
Well, you just had 2 games where you had the Nets come in with Ben Simmons, and we saw the emotional level that went to, not only with Joel Embiid, but the whole team. Then you have Jokic come in on Saturday afternoon, big game, MVP showdown, all of that. This was just the prime time for a letdown. And I told you I wanted to text you and say, take Orlando tonight, getting the 10, 9.5, whatever it was. I told my wife last night I love Orlando here. It's just not a good spot. I've seen it 100 times. We've all seen it a lot. It just reeked of a bad outing last night. And when the Sixers come out and get that 21-point lead, little things you look for. Okay, sustainability. Is the second unit going to come out and have as much energy as the first unit did to build that lead? They kind of did, but they were just like holding on for dear life, and it wasn't really working. And then you put the first unit back in the third quarter, and things just aren't going well, and legs aren't there, and whatever it may be, things are different. And Embiid had some horrible turnovers. He played like a lazy game last night. It happens. great teams don't let it happen too often, but it even happens to great teams. So, like you, John, I push it aside.
But you used the word, though, that did bother me. Embiid played a lazy game last night.
Yeah, just the one-handed.
He didn't seem interested.
Yeah,
for long stretches.
He gets that one-handed stuff, like where he's looking to make lazy passes. When he brings the ball like to his knees too often and isn't strong with it and gets stripped continually. Yeah, that's to me when he's playing kind of a lazy game. But look,
you're coming off of that last game,
and he's been phenomenal lately. So you can. I do write last night's off. I'm not going to say what Doc Rivers said is a scheduled loss. But I, like many out there, I saw that coming last night.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't like them last night at all.
You didn't like it going in, you mean?
No, I didn't. They play down to their opponents. So since December, they've lost 7 games total, which is great. But they've lost to the Magic, the Thunder, the Bulls. Pelicans are a pretty good team. Wizards, Houston, and Memphis. Like, Memphis is good.
That's wild information.
But 5 out of the 7 of those teams are trash. They play down to their opponent. They overlook their opponent constantly, so I wasn't surprised.
Is it overlooking your opponent, do you believe, or is it just you show up? Because overlooking your opponent means you come in and you think, okay, we're great, we're going to win this game. Or is it you just don't have it because you don't bring the same energy and focus?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah, because it's a shame. It's a shame. But again, I can't sit and worry about it.
No,
or more importantly, I can't make a statement like people are like, this is why this team won't win in March.
No.
See, that's why this team will
ridiculous.
Because you're not facing the Orlando Magic in March.
You're not. You won't be facing
yeah,
and by the way,
last night was a write-off.
By the way, playoffs is April, and which is really another thing. Playoffs is April. They'll be ready. I think they'll be ready.
They're
around that time.
Games like last night happen 10 times a season, maybe. How many times did it happen to Sixers this season? Pat's mentioned a few of them. Yeah, it's a write-off. I hate it, but it's kind of a write-off.
I hate the scheduling. So the Orlando Magic is staying downtown and spending another night and then playing again here tomorrow. The back-to-back home games against teams that are in your conference, to me, makes no sense. And again, I know the NBA is trying to avoid back-to-backs, I guess is what it is.
Yeah, and limit travel and all that stuff. So,
but it's terrible for the fans. You went to a game you're a season ticket holder. You went to a game last night against the Orlando Magic, and now you're going back tomorrow night for a game against the Orlando Magic? That's just bad scheduling. And that's not good. That's not good for the fans.
Well, for the people that have season tickets, it's good because you can sell them off.
Well, if you're
right, Pat?
If you're
the Orlando Magic aren't really bringing in the big bucks there, Bobby.
Markelle Fultz isn't bringing people to the arena?
No, surprisingly not.
No?
Well, they walked away with a win last night.
That Boncaro kid from Duke, and I told you guys this last year that I just really like the kid's game, and I said to you, I think he's going to be the best player coming out of that draft. He's pretty good. And at 6'10", he might be like 5-6 years down the road, he might be one of the faces of the game. He's that good. It's a shame he's in Orlando because, that's where basketball players go to die. But keep an eye on that kid. He's going to be, I don't want to say Ja Morant-like, but he's going to be one of those top young players in 4 or 5 years, yeah.
There's it just seems there are a lot of franchises in the NBA that just seem a little lifeless.
Mm-hmm.
Just seem that they almost become the feeder systems, which is what I worry about with college sports now. Pat, is that like the American Athletic Conference is going to become just the feeder conference with the transfer portal. That you'll have guys that's what they'll do. They'll come to a school, they'll make their name, make a bone for themselves, and then leave.
Sounds like coaches, doesn't it?
And you know what? I don't blame a kid for doing it at all, because you're doing what you think is best for you. So I'm all for it. If that's the way it is, even if it screws my team over.
I understand why they would do it. I don't think it's smart every time.
No, I would agree with you.
Grass is greener mentality. If you're a starter and you're a big piece of a defense on, let's say, Temple,
right,
and you go to Nebraska, you can get lost in the shuffle. But kids don't think like that. But they should also be able to look at Hassan Reddick and go, all right, where did he go? But you're right. It was a big fear of mine when the transfer portal happened. Of college is just getting poached by the bigger name schools, and it's already happened.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone who yesterday was trying to put together a Super Bowl trip? Do you know any of your friends? Anybody contact you saying I'm going?
No, they didn't
or whatever?
Well, they didn't ask me about what they should do, but I had some friends tell me they are going to look into
They are looking into going or whatever. I was looking last night. I just scrolled through like the regular flights, and I know Philly Sports Trips that Vince was saying yesterday. Do it today. The flights are just obscene, unless you're connecting through. The direct flights are obscenely priced and then booked up, which is pretty crazy. There's a lot of that going on.
There's a website called Skiplag. You can't check a bag with this, but basically what it does is, let's say you want to go to Arizona.
Right.
Okay, but Arizona prices are really expensive. So they'll find where there's a flight to, let's say, Portland, but your layover is in Arizona. You just never make the connecting trip.
Yeah.
And they don't have any problem with that.
No, because you're getting off for your quote layover, and you're just leaving.
But does the next flight? I would think that
they'll sit there and call your name.
I would think they'd be like, "Where's Patty? Where's Patty? And where's Patty?"
Yeah, they'll wonder. Well, Pattigan's out in Arizona somewhere.
Yeah,
enjoying life.
Really?
Oops, didn't make it to Portland.
I have never. What is it? Skip lagged?
Yeah,
skip lagged.
You might be able to find a cheaper flight that way, but you can't check a bag in that instance.
Okay, that's pretty wild though. Yeah, I would think they'd be holding the flight for you.
I mean, they're not going to hold it.
No, they don't hold it. They just, they keep calling your name up until last chance for, John Kincade to board, and then it's...
All right, you're screwed at that point.
You're bleep out of luck, Mr. Kincade.
You are out of luck. You cannot make not make that trip. Put a few things up, though, if you're looking for it. If you are heading out and you found you're like, oh, boy, I want to make sure I can go out to dinner. If you're a big dinner person or whatever, you should be making your reservations now. Because trying to make your reservations next week after you get there is going to be a waste of time. Because the best restaurants will all be packed and everything like that. If you have a hotel reservation, you can contact the hotel, speak to the concierge, and say, I have a reservation. I'm coming in next week. Do you have any contacts with restaurants or something like that? So they can get them now. If you wait till next week, you are most likely going to be out of luck.
Pat, we don't need reservations to get ice cream, do we?
No, we don't.
All right. Now we're going to be dancing. I got a great invite last night.
What's that?
I got invited to go out and watch the Phoenix Open Waste Management Golf Tournament on Friday.
Okay, that doesn't sound bad.
A friend of mine is out there staying on the course for work, and he's got an extra ticket. So he texted me last night and said, any chance you can make it to Scottsdale on Friday? And I said, I think it might be able
be able to arrange it.
We'll see what happens after our meeting today, whether I can go or not.
I think you're going to be able to.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good time. That sounds like a great thing.
Could be. So if any of you are going out to Phoenix to watch the Eagles, you also have that going on, the Phoenix Open, which is one of the most fun golf tournaments to watch if you're a golf fan.
So And I know that Friday morning they're having our Jay Feely is from CBS. He's having the Super Bowl Celebrity Shootout, which is a hole-in-one contest and like a par 3 contest between with celebrities at the Super Bowl at a place called Mountain Shadows, which is a nice little celebrity golf event and everything like that. Jay's going to probably join us on Radio Row coming up next week, previewing the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 57. We'll look forward to having you come along with us, be a part of all the action, staying with 97.5 The Fanatic that entire time. All right, the Eagles are favorites. Thank God. Thank God I don't have to see underdog masks again. They're the favorites in the Super Bowl, but there are a lot of stories involved with that really you got to question. We'll get to it next. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It's home show season. And it's also going to be brutally cold season coming up on Saturday morning. And you can go to windowNation.com/homeshow and try their free virtual visualizer. Before it gets too cold, go out to the street and snap a picture of your house. You upload it to the Window Nation site. And then you can insert windows, every size, every style, every color that you want, and be able to take a look at how they would change with your house. You know what they would really change? Your heating bills and your cooling bills. How about for the next 5 years? Because you can get 0% financing for 60 months. 5 years, no interest. And, of course, they're fantastic. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free deal. Window Nation has always been taking care of you. But with the cold weather really starting to pour in now, you want to make sure you take care of this now. Go to 866-90-NATION. Give them a call, 866-90-NATION, or visit them online at windownation.com/home show.
The John Kincade Show.
Talking sense into people isn't really my thing. In fact, I'm better at the opposite.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The Birds are heading to the big game. And the John Kincade Show will be live from Glendale, Arizona next week, bringing you everything Birds as the journey toward another Lombardi Trophy continues. All of our big game coverage from Arizona is presented by Rally House. Get to Rally House to get all your Eagles gear for the big game. Rally House. It's your city. It's your house.
Also brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Proud to be endorsed by jalenhurts.
Hi, it's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. I've been hated by other jewelers for over 40 years for doing things differently. Jewelry's about the love that it represents and reminds us of, not about making a sale. This year, I have something truly special for Valentine's Day. I wanted a way to show my wife how completely wrapped up in love I am with her. I crafted a circle diamond necklace with 2 intertwining strands of precious metals and real diamonds. The braided circle finishes in a single heart connecting the 2 strands together at its center. This symbolizes how wrapped up in love I am with her. So we named it Wrapped Up in Love. Since she loved it so much, we wanted to share this heartfelt design with you. Valentine's Day is here, the perfect time to show how wrapped up in love you are with the woman in your life. The perfect gift at the perfect price, only $148. Get something special at IHateStevenSinger.com. Fast and free shipping. Go now to IHateStevenSinger.com.
Brisket is back at Wawa, which means you could get a savory barbecue brisket sandwich or a creamy barbecue brisket mac and cheese bowl. Or you could get both on Wawa's new barbecue brisket mac and cheese panini. Your 2 favorites melted between perfectly toasty bread. It's the best of both worlds. A double whammy. A toast of 2 favorites. Brisket is back and better than ever at Wawa. Try it in a sandwich, bowl, or a panini. Gotta have a Wawa. Can you hear it? Wawa has officially perfected the harmony of salty and sweet in our salted white mocha handcrafted beverages, and it's music to our taste buds. Enjoy the sweet symphony of rich white mocha and salted caramel, topped with a decadent white chocolate drizzle. The flavors are perfectly orchestrated to add a tiny taste of bliss to your day. Get a salted white mocha latte, frozen cappuccino, or iced coffee today. Just around the corner at Wawa.
Fanatic fan favorites.
Pets Plus is the home of free pet food. With Paw Points, you earn free food and cash back on every purchase. That's why, for over 35 years, Pets Plus is Philly's favorite family-owned pet store. Visit PetsPlusNatural.com for a location near you.
Fanatic fan favorites on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This week on RVER, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm sorry, I can't operate on that vehicle.
But doctor, you took an oath.
That RV, it's my son's RV.
Oh, doctor, isn't there anything you can
I'm not a miracle worker, Sheila. I'm an RV surgeon, trained to save the lives of large injured recreational vehicles, which is definitely a real profession.
When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you could save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
This week at Macy's, get great Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like sparkling finds from our fine jewelry collections, now 35 to 70% off. And shop specials, like 60 to 65% off fine jewelry from Effie, 70% off gold jewelry, and 50 to 70% off lab-grown diamonds. Plus, get 35% off engagement rings from our just-launched brand, Alethea. And bring your gifts home with free curbside pickup or pickup in store today at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/28/23. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment taxes and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Big plans for the big game? Place your order today for a sandwich tray from Manhattan Bagel. From fresh baked New York style bagels to authentic deli sandwiches, sure to satisfy even the hungriest fans. Big game sandwich trays available at manhattanbagel.com. You gather, they cater. Manhattan Bagel.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey.
Hey, at FanDuel Casino, we know the only thing better than a win is a free win. That's why they made Reward Machine, the daily free-to-play game that gives you a chance to win up to $2,000 in casino bonus. They've given away over $10 million in free bonuses, and they're just getting started. Every day at 6 p.m., you get 3 chances to spin the Reward Machine reels. And there are 3 ways to win. 1, match any 3 symbols for an instant win. 2, collect symbols each day for a chance to win weekly prizes. Or 3, win up to $2,000 if you collect 3 trophies. So what are you waiting for? Download the FanDuel Casino app by going to FanDuel.com/Bob and start playing Reward Machine today. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. No purchase necessary, 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Appreciate you being a part of the show. Tell your family, tell your friends. Be interested. As long as you can stay with the app all day long, we love you. Check out on YouTube. Bob's having a little bisque.
Coach, very.
Now, Cam and Coach collaborated on this bisque. I had a little beforehand, and it was spectacular, Coach.
Well, I mean, Cam did most of the work.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Did he catch the crabs?
No.
Oh, no?
Oh. Only used 1 crab for that. Actually, 1 crab in a shell for that. The rest of it was just crab meat.
That was delicious.
It's good stuff, man.
That was really, really
Especially
good.
6:30 in the morning. Some crab bisque.
I like the idea that you didn't have to add anything to it to flavor it. Because to me, if someone has to dress something up, then it's not very good.
Yeah, you can put a little Old Bay on top of it. There's Old Bay in it, but you can sprinkle it with a little Old Bay if you like.
If you'd like to do that. And you said there was already Old Bay in it.
Correct.
Yeah, it
is delicious, Coach.
Yeah,
very good job by
Really,
you.
really good.
The key to it, Bob, as we talked about this morning, is you have to get a crab shell, and you have to grind the crab shell up.
I've never heard of this before.
Yeah.
No.
See, there's like shards of shell in it.
Well, I mean, if I did a poor job, then you would taste that, and it would kind of taste a little bit sandy.
Tear up your throat.
Yeah, but you don't, because the crab shell not only was put in a pot of boiling water for quite some time to get it softer, but it was ground up to a very fine powder.
Wow, that's excellent. Really, really good. But you should be very proud of yourself.
I'll tell you, Coach, of all the spoonfuls I've taken, I have not had one spoonful that didn't have a piece of crab in it.
Yeah, that's what's really good, too.
That's the ultimate marker.
Good.
I'm proud of you.
You don't just want bisque. You want crab, too, when you're having the bisque. Pat, are you a bisque-man?
I love a bisque.
You do love the bisque.
Yes. Big bisque guy.
You do like that. Well, that's good.
Lobster bisque, crab bisque.
You like them all.
I like all the bisques.
You do. You're a big bisque fan.
Bisquick.
You like Bisquick?
I mean, I'll eat it.
Okay, there we go. You're not usually. I don't usually think of you as the person to go to one like things like bisque or anything. Now desserts. No, desserts I usually think of.
No, if I go to Wawa and I get a soup, I always get the lobster bisque.
There you go. Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
really
seafood bisque is good where it combines a little bit of everything. A good bisque is hard to find. Coach, you nailed it. Proud of you.
Thanks, man. All right, we get to a story that's going to affect the Eagles soon. Joe Burrow is now done for the year. And now in Cincinnati, they're talking about what are they going to have to do to re-sign Joe Burrow. So I ask you a question. Joe Burrow is going to be looking for a contract extension. He's got a 5-year deal, obviously, as a rookie first-round pick. So he's got 2 years left in his contract. But he's going to be looking to have the Bengals re-up that and not let him not go into year 4 and do that. Jalen Hurts has to get a new contract for next year, not this upcoming year in 2023, but the next year because as a second-round pick, he's got 4 years. Cincinnati's already talking about re-upping with Joe Burrow. He's been to an AFC championship game twice. He's been to a Super Bowl once in his 3 years as a starter. And in that first year, he didn't end because of a knee injury. Who's looking to be paid more? Joe Burrow or Jalen Hurts?
What do you mean who's looking to be paid more?
Like, who do you think will be looking? Okay. Do you think that we're going to find out that when Jalen and his reps start talking about a contract, they're going to be looking to be paid more than Joe Burrow? Or will Joe Burrow be looking to be paid more than Jalen Hurts? Because one of their camps is going to be looking for the better deal.
Yeah.
Or holding out for the better deal. First of all, who has the better case?
Well,
and who's going to get the better deal?
I don't think Joe Burrow's agents would be looking to see what Jalen Hurts gets to set their market. Like if I'm his agent, he was a top draft pick.
Right.
His thing's on. He's already taken you to a Super Bowl. You're on the cusp or in the middle of being a perennial contender. No, I think Joe Burrow doesn't give a flying fart about what Jalen Hurts is doing.
So you think that and if I'm Joe Burrow's camp, Pat, I'm saying, well, Jalen needs a contract before we do. So let Jalen set that market, and then I'm going above Jalen Hurts.
I think that's probably what they will do.
You think they'll wait?
I absolutely think they'll wait to see what Jalen Hurts gets, and that's a smart business move because Joe Burrow's more proven than Jalen Hurts at this point.
Yeah, that's the reason why I say I don't think they're even looking at like a Jalen Hurts to say, oh, well, we need to be better than that.
He's also made a lot more. It's also made a lot more money.
Yeah, they're looking at Patrick Mahomes.
So they're looking at Mahomes.
They're looking at Mahomes' money. Absolutely.
And he's saying
you just lost for the first time to Patrick Mahomes.
I'm 3-1 against
exactly.
him.
You're the team that's going to be competing against Kansas City for the next 10 years to try to get to the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's why I say Joe Burrow isn't even looking at Jalen Hurts.
But you're not.
It's the hop. Huh?
You're not getting Patrick Mahomes money. Mahomes has a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not. They're not thinking that.
They're not, and they'll ask for it. But the better comparison is Jalen Hurts. Like Jalen Hurts is 1/2 a step below Joe Burrow, and if Jalen Hurts gets a $200 million contract, they're going to be able to go back and go, yeah, well, if he got $200 million, then our guy deserves, $250 million.
Well, how about this one though for you, Pat?
I'm just speculating on that price tag.
Through 3 years, Jalen Hurts will have made roughly $24 million less than Joe Burrow. Through the first 3 years of their career, Jalen is going to have made around $24 million less than Joe Burrow.
Well, one's first overall pick and the other one's
second round pick.
Right. Second round.
Does Jalen say, look, I'm every bit the quarterback Joe Burrow is. I want to make up that 20. You better be coming with the money because I want to make up some of the money because you guys got a great value on me for 4 years.
Oh, absolutely. Hear me out here. Jalen Hurts is using Joe Burrow as a barometer. Joe Burrow is not using Jalen Hurts as a barometer.
Okay,
in my eyes.
Good.
I think Joe Burrow is looking at that Patrick Mahomes and his agency is saying, oh, no. Yeah, I want you to pay me around here. Maybe on your secondary thing, you look and you say, A second-round pick's getting this much. Are you kidding me? Not only do I want Mahomes money, I'm not anywhere near that second-round guy. So, yeah, Jalen Hurts looking at Joe Burrow? Absolutely. Joe Burrow's agency looking down at Jalen Hurts' money? No, they're looking at the upper tier.
By the way, SpotTrack has it as both of them with their market value today. Both of them at $44 million a year. Says both of them should be able to demand the same amount, around the same amount. Now, that's SpotTrack. They do a pretty good job of figuring out this stuff. They both think they're going to be in that $44 million a year range.
Yeah, and you
That's
know what?
A lot of money.
It is, and they both could wind up making about the same money. But the negotiating
is not the same.
Is not right. Exactly, John. You hit it on the head. Yeah, that's just the way I see it. I look at Burrow looking at top dollar and how Hurts handles it. Now, the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
Then Hurts has an extra chip.
Maybe Hurts can say, like, hey, well, why not give me Patrick Mahomes money? I just beat him in the Super Bowl.
Hey, listen closely. If you want to go to Arizona for Super Bowl 57, you got to go right now and reserve your spot on a direct private charter flight with Philly Sports Trips. Go to phillysportstrips.com. They've added a second private charter flight, but once it's sold, it's done. There will not be a third. So this is it.
There's only so many planes that Vince Rizzuto can own.
Correct. Boy, he does really well for himself. I got to tell you. They do a nice job with it. So
he is such a hard and good worker.
He does.
You know, you watch the wheels spin. We'll be on a plane going somewhere, and he'll just bring up something. Vince, what are you talking about? Well, I'm looking forward of this, to this. Like he is, and as Pat and I and you talked about yesterday, John, he is. Those trips are just phenomenal.
They do such a nice job.
You don't have to worry about a thing.
You're going to love it.
Because he intentionally goes out there to make everybody's experience a VIP experience.
And then they keep coming back. That's his agenda.
I mean, look at us. We keep coming back.
Yeah, we do. We keep coming back. The Eagles are the favorites in Super Bowl 57. And honestly, right now, that may be my favorite thing about it. Because I think it validates a tremendous season. It shows the respect to what the Eagles have accomplished. But it does concern me a bit that the Chiefs are the team appearing in their third Super Bowl in 4 seasons. And I do wonder, with the Eagles having, by the way, we were looking at the picture yesterday and we forgot somebody. There are 5 holdovers from the Super Bowl champs. We didn't mention Jake Elliott. That Jake Elliott, he was the person that they did not include in that picture.
Kicker always gets forgotten.
They did not, and he did not get waved up for that picture. Jake Elliott, and he should have been. He was the Super Bowl champ. They took a picture with the 4 remaining guys. There are 5. So I do wonder about the Super Bowl experience thing coming into play, that you got the Chiefs roster littered with guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls or at least 1 that have that experience, and how much of a difference that's going to make. And if that makes any difference at all.
I don't think it makes a damn bit of a difference.
You don't think so either?
No, I don't think this is like the Stanley Cup or the MLB playoffs or the NBA playoffs. It's one game. If it was a series, I'd go, yeah, okay, you need that the callus built up from the previous year or whatever. No. I've seen teams. Hell, the Eagles did it, right? They went
did
to the Super Bowl and
against the experienced team,
and they won, and then they haven't been back since this year. So I don't think it makes one bit of a difference.
I tend to agree with Pat. Like when you get into a football game, basketball, hockey, baseball, whatever, the build-up, all of the things that surround the Super Bowl can be overwhelming. No question about it. So where's your most comfortable spot? Well, it's on the field, it's on the ice, it's on the court. Once you get there, it might take a couple minutes. It could take, half of a quarter. But once you get there, I think it's just a game again, and here we go. I think you get over it once the game starts pretty quickly if it's not overwhelming you already.
The Birds remain 2 or 2.5 point favorites, depending on your sports book of choice this morning. Hey, at Jefferson Health, there are more than 12,000 caregivers who push beyond what's possible. It's healthcare rooted in care. Jefferson Health, uncompromising care. In COONEY'S Corner, Bob wants to talk about quarterback play.
Now, let's see what's in COONEY'S Corner.
Yeah, so you're going into this, and we know all about Patrick Mahomes, and we obviously know all about Jalen Hurts. Patrick Mahomes, as we've talked about, is probably the best at improvising during a football game, or as good as anyone I've ever seen. The way he can get out of a pocket, the way we've seen it. He'll throw underhanded. He'll chuck a pass, from the middle of his chest. He'll do all different things to gain yardage. But he's got that bum ankle. And there was a throw that he made on Sunday where he was going towards the sideline. He made the throw and then really limped back to the huddle. I mean, it was bad. You could tell he aggravated it some more. So he's not going to be 100%. So you're talking about an improvisational quarterback that is dealing with a bum ankle, which must take away some of that improvisation. And you have a quarterback whose arm strength has been questioned before. Didn't really show all that much this year, but now he's got a wonky shoulder. And does it take him back more towards the quarterback whose arm strength was questioned last year? So all of that put into play, and forget the names, whatever. Which quarterback would you rather have? Would you rather have the guy who can make things happen on his feet better than anyone maybe in the history of football, but one of his feet isn't doing well? Or the quarterback whose arm strength has been questioned, but not this year, but now he's got a wonky shoulder?
I'd rather have Hurts.
Would you?
Yes, because of the fact that both quarterbacks are very mobile. And I think that there did appear to be a little... I don't think his accuracy, especially on the deep ball, has been there since this injury. It doesn't... Yeah, he's had some nice throws downfield, but there have been more inaccurate ones. And I can't believe the amount of balls that he's thrown, that he's tried to do those sideline throws that he throws out of bounds.
Yeah.
He was delivering balls within the shoulder width of A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith along the sidelines consistently over and over again. He doesn't appear to be making that throw often. The other day he did the Devontae Smith drop. Other than that, he's not really delivering them. He's throwing a lot of balls where they're going more out of bounds.
Missed a wide open A.J. Brown.
At least
didn't put enough air under it. Yeah, on that one.
No.
But you would still take him.
I would. Yeah, I absolutely would, because the idea of someone being slightly hobbled when they're mobile, I think just takes away a little bit of his superpowers. And I saw the other night, Cincinnati doesn't have the Eagles pass rush.
No.
Not even close.
No, they do not.
And I saw opportunities, and I said, okay, the Eagles would have gotten home on this one, especially in the second half when the offensive line was getting worn down at the Chiefs a little bit. They were giving them opportunities to make plays. They just weren't getting them done.
Pat, who would you take? Would you rather have Mahomes with the bad ankle but still being the great quarterback that he is, or Jalen Hurts with the wonky shoulder after having a MVP season?
Yeah, give me Jalen Hurts.
Because of the injury, right?
The ankle injury is just... I really think it's just going to get worse as time goes on. Now, they're going to rest him for 2 weeks, and it'll be better there for a bit, but I just have a hard time believing that he's going to be 100% back to being Patrick Mahomes. I think because Jalen Hurts was able to... First of all, the injury happened at this point 2 months ago, so I think the 2 weeks of rest will better benefit Jalen Hurts than it will Patrick Mahomes, where that injury happened 2 weeks ago. So I think that there's a better chance to get 100% Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl than 100% Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And if it was 100%, I'd take Pat Mahomes. But
I like how they were saying yesterday, the Kansas City media was saying, Patrick is showing no ill effects of having played in the game on Sunday. Like word has it Patrick's fine. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You have no idea. He didn't practice yesterday. He didn't do anything yesterday.
I mean, the ill effects would be, is the ankle any more swollen than it was to begin with?
And are they going to tell us that?
Yeah.
No, they're never going to tell us that.
No, it's Star Wars. Nothing to see here.
What he's doing is just as remarkable as what Lane Johnson is doing. Lane Johnson playing, and people have touted it this way, playing practically on one leg.
It's unbelievable.
It is, and what he did to Bosa, what he limited Bosa to. Did you guys see the Twitter thing? I think it was Baldinger had it.
Yeah, Brian Baldinger, yep.
Oh, my God. John, you might not have seen this. On the play where the Eagles went to run a tight end screen, they faked going one way, they faked going towards the right, and then they were going to come back to it, but it was blown up, so Hurts just had to throw it away. On the play, Baldinger says, yeah, the play failed, but watch this. So they lined up Mailata on the right side instead of his normal left side. So they went power-heavy right side. He was one-on-one with Bosa. Two hands, grabs him by the chest, and I mean throws him down like a rag doll. and then lays on top of him and just lays there. And it looks like, in Baldinger said, it looks like he just is breathing in his face saying, yeah, I'm going to be here all day, dude. And Bosa, what I noticed about it, Pat, Bosa didn't struggle to try to get up or push him off. He just laid there. Like, yeah, dude,
it's like, yeah,
you got me.
So
I mean, it was unbelievable.
It's kind of incredible because the Eagles go into this game with their left tackle, who's got that shoulder injury that he's been dealing with all season. Their right tackle's got like a torn groin, and yet they're still shutting down,
dominating.
Defensive Player of the Year candidates. They'll play another one in the Super Bowl. So it is really incredible what they've been able to do.
Truly is it's a magical season.
As much confidence as we have in this team and as amazed as we are at their play, it just keeps coming and coming and coming. Like that what I saw with what happened with Mailata and Bosa yesterday, I was like, oh my God, look what these guys are doing. The fact that Lane Johnson totally shut down Bosa, as Pat said, on one leg with a torn abdomen. How are they doing this?
Just that? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
We're talking too much about it. It's amazing. He's unbelievable.
Yeah,
he's ridiculous.
These guys are freaks, man. I mean, this offensive line is the best I've ever seen, and I've had a whole life of really good Eagles offensive lines.
Yeah. Honestly, it's what gives me the most confidence going into next Sunday.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah.
What's Pat? You were looking at something from YouTube.
Yeah, yesterday during the game or during our show.
Thank you.
There was a YouTube discussion, and I forget who the guy is. I apologize. I should have written it down. But it was a dilemma.
Was it Dilla?
No.
Okay.
No, it was like a Willie.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. So
Willie
the guy it wasn't Willie Assad. The guy made a $20
He's a great
bet.
prospect. Yeah.
The guy made a $20 bet for the Phillies to make the World Series, Eagles to make the Super Bowl, and the Sixers to make the NBA Finals.
Okay.
$20?
$20. He will cash in $10,700 if the Sixers make the Finals. Right now, he is being offered a $1,500 buyout by whatever sports betting app he has.
No. It'll go up if they win the first series, right?
It should, yeah.
They win the first series. We know they'll win an opening series. It's that second series that they've just had a problem with for a generation.
And you can hedge that.
Yes, and you'll get a better hedge on it right when they're in the final 8.
So wait, what can he win total? Did you say 10,000?
He put 20 and he wins $10,700.
Or he can get the $1,500 payout.
But if the Sixers win a first round series, I would imagine, Pat, that probably goes up to like maybe 2,200.
It'll go up a little bit.
2,200 maybe.
The Sixers should be a top 3 seed, so it's not going to go up exponentially.
That much, yes.
Because they're expected to win that.
What do you say, Bob?
I mean, if you're only riding $20, you're probably going to let it ride out. But getting $1,500 back for $20, I'd find that hard to pass up too. What would you do, Pat? Would you cash out?
I'm probably letting it ride and then getting the playoffs and hedging. I'm a big hedge guy.
Yeah, so you're doing what John laid out pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you do, John?
I'd let it ride. I'd let it ride till they won the first round series.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and
20.
And then I would revisit it, and I'm just trying to calculate here. Most likely the odds would go, if you're being offered $1,500 now, you'd probably be offered like $1,900, $2,000 after the first round series.
Right.
So there's no reason, just mathematically, there's no reason for you to cash out.
No,
don't do it now.
I would, just because of that advice you just gave, I wouldn't do it now either. I think they win a first round series in the playoffs.
Yeah, and then you can say whether you actually believe they're going to get past.
Yeah.
Finally, and be able to do that. This guy needs to take a bow, and some people need to take a lap because of it. We'll get to it next. John Kincade Show. Super Bowl is now 12 and a half hours away. Days away.
It's
days
today?
away. Yeah, days away. We'd be in a much different programming if that was the case. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. You know, it's cold outside, but how does it feel inside your house? That's the big difference. And if your furnace is not going to be ready for the nasty weather that's coming this weekend, did you see it? -10 wind chills. H&H Heating and Air Conditioning knows you better be ready for it. So why don't you schedule a free gas furnace tune-up? Well, it's not free. It's $59, I should say. Gas furnace tune-up that includes the carbon monoxide safety check. $59 with my friends at H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. For $59, a gas furnace tune-up includes that carbon monoxide safety check, and it will help your home be prepared for what the nasty winter's going to throw to it. The polar vortex kicks in this weekend. Then it gets a little warm again. but you know it's coming back. If you need a new system, H&H has got rebates of up to $1,500 or 0% financing for 18 months if you're a qualified buyer. Go to DelcoHVAC.com, schedule your $59 tune-up or new system estimate today, and you're going to see why they've got over 1,000 five-star reviews, including a big one from the Kincade family. Check out DelcoHVAC.com.
The John Kincade Show.
They put it on the air?
Of course they put it on the air. It was a big success.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The Birds Big Game Plan is brought to you by Iron Mountain Men's Health. The big game plan for the big game. Go with what got you there. The Birds have arguably the best roster top to bottom, led by jalenhurts. Top-end offensive line, offensive playmakers, quality players at all three levels of the defense. The pass rush stands out maybe above all else, as the Birds piled up 70 sacks during the regular season, third most in NFL history. The Birds Big Game Plan is brought to you by Iron Mountain Men's Health. Stop sitting on the sidelines. Fly like an eagle. Visit IronMountainMen'sHealth.com and set up your free consultation today.
DallasStillSucks.com for details. All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.50.
This is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Yo, the hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. Gary Barbera's bigger, better, better. Durango. 16,666. Ho, ho, ho. Your radio's not broken. You heard me right. You can buy a Gary Barbera Durango from a crazy 16,666. Financing, don't worry. Instant credit. Come and get it.
Philadelphia's credit connection.
And oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
You tell him, Birds Coach Nick.
Boy, I guess.
The hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. High, wide, and handsome, big bed, bodacious Durango. 16,666. It was the star of the show. Buy it at Barbera from a crazy 16,666. Come and get it today.
Hey, this is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
And oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
It's exciting, it's fun, it's action-packed. It's Parx Casino and the Philadelphia 76ers together, bringing you what you love most, winning. Parx Casino is the proud official local casino partner of the 76ers. Need a great place to watch the games? Come to Parx and enjoy game day in our Liberty Bell Gastropub or awesome beer garden. With over 3,200 slot machines, live tables, bars, dining, and the best live entertainment, Parx Casino is the place to be. It's time to visit Parx Casino.
This is how you
21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parmalee in concert.
I love you just the way God made you, girl. He don't make mistakes.
Take My Name tour.
Take my days, baby. Take
Friday,
my
April 21st. The Excite Center at Parx Casino. Parmalee. Tickets on sale now at ParxCasino.com.
Feels like Carolina.
Don't miss Parmalee. Pick up the new single, Girl in Mine, out now. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-993-8014. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-993-8014. 800-993-8014.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan, I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart, high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test from a local Culligan Water expert at Culligan.com.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
We're headed to Arizona, Philly. Shop the largest selection of Eagles, NFC champions, and Super Bowl gear at Rally House. New postseason styles arriving daily.
Eagles, Sixers, Villanova, Penn State, Temple, Phillies, Flyers, don't be late. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Limited quantity. Selection varies by location. Shop rallyhouse.com.
Congratulations, Philadelphia. You're going to the big game. Make your party perfect with a pick pack from the Piccadilly Inn. Pick packs have everything football fans crave, including their world-famous wings with blue cheese and celery, along with homemade favorites like buffalo rolls, pulled pork, coleslaw, mac and cheese, chicken fingers, or house salad starting at just $70. For eat-in or take-out, nobody does big game parties better than the original Piccadilly Inn. Route 206 in Chemung, New Jersey. For all pick-pack options, visit the Piccadilly Inn on Facebook.
Hey, it's Cuz. So your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, right? Well, you can do that the right way. Get healthy with NJ Diet. NJ Diet's scientific approach will ensure that you lose that fat quickly and safely. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva samples along with their bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that balances your hormones, where the side effect is, you got it, weight loss. You're going to shed a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to help you keep it off. NJ Diet, all natural, no shots, no hormones, no surgery, no prepackaged foods. Ew. Full supervision provided every step of the way. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, Newark, Delaware, or from home with live online video consultations. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, and that's guaranteed. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. Schedule your consult today. NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com, and lose the weight for good.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Thanks so much for hanging out with the John Kincade Show on 97.5 thefanatic.com, our 7 a.m. hour. Brought to you by the all-new BetParks app, sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. G-Bass, thank you, G-Bass. There are 6 holdovers from the Super Bowl.
Sayamalo was one also.
Yeah,
right?
Sayamalo.
We've butchered this.
Sayamalo and Jake Elliott joined BG, Fletch, Lane, and Kelsey. Great job, G-Bass.
Someone pointed out Rick Lovato on Twitter. So now there's 7.
He was on.
Yeah, Lovato was part of that team because what's called was gone. Yeah.
I think what we're getting at is we don't know football.
No, wait a minute. That would be then. So G-Bass is telling us there.
If he added in.
He said there are 6 holdovers from Super Bowl 52. BG, Fletch, Lane, Kelsey, Elliott, Sayamalo, Lovato would be 7.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know football, John.
I mean,
this is proving it.
That would be 7 at that point.
24 hours ago, we were sitting here saying there's only 4 guys left, and now there's 7.
Well, they took the picture, and they actually even said it, the holdovers from the last Super Bowl
Did
run.
they or did we say that?
By the time the game happens, it'll be the whole damn roster was the team 5 years ago.
Shout out to the Eagles for the post of the day, I thought, though, on Sunday night. Dallas is going to the Super Bowl.
That was a good job.
With Dallas Goedert doing his little dance there on the field. That was quite spectacular. And Jalen Hurts unveiling, now coming public with, something that's been he's kept in the shadows, his girlfriend. That he did not let the public be a part of her. Now, in Tuscaloosa, they all knew.
He didn't let the public be a part of her? What's up with him?
Well, I mean, he didn't. She was never part of being on the sidelines or being around him leaving the building or anything like that. Tuscaloosa, they knew who Jalen Hurts' girlfriend was. But now she is becoming a social media sensation. And women are really mean to other women on social media. The faceless troll women that are on there are really mean to other women.
I would say some men are mean to other men.
No,
on
but there's
social
one.
media. It might be a social media thing.
I'm speaking about this. This woman was attacked yesterday for not dressing sexy enough. She is a accomplished businesswoman with an incredibly successful business resume since being a star student at Alabama.
I would
huge
take her to
star.
She looked good where I was sitting.
And she dresses very businesslike. And people were like, wow, she dresses like my grandmother.
No, that kind of makes sense, though. That fits with what Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, she is a beautiful
business
She's
approach.
a beautiful woman. She's very conservative in her dress, and she has a highly successful career going for herself after being one of the most accomplished female students that Alabama's business program has ever churned out.
How do we know this? What do they keep stats on
she's
there?
She's
they
an ambassador.
Keep stats
yes.
now on
no,
their
she's
business.
Yes, she's an accomplished.
students?
She is one of their most accomplished students ever. They celebrate her, and also she is an ambassador for future women to attend the school and study business. She is an incredibly accomplished, and good for Jalen.
So what, was she the one that walked him to the locker room?
Yes.
I'm out on all this.
Yes,
yeah?
yes. She's the.
Did you see Jalen was at Syracuse last night?
What was that about?
I don't know. I was waiting for the Sixers game to start, so I said, all right, let me catch some college basketball. And I turn on the Syracuse game, and there's Jalen Hurts they show in the stands. Well, in the front row.
Was he with Brandon Graham?
Yes.
He was with Brandon Graham.
Oh, right. See, the little part I saw, it only showed him.
I still didn't understand it, why he make that trip. But, hey, good for him.
You know, just a
get
typical,
some time. You get some time off.
Typical Alabama, Oklahoma, Michigan guy going to see Virginia versus Syracuse.
That didn't make any sense to me.
Not a damn bit.
There's a connection we just don't know about.
There's good
but
college
we didn't even
basketball right here in the city, John.
We didn't even know what kind of a number of people were still laying over from the last year's team. So what else do we know? Hey, Howie Roseman, take a bow. Because it's no longer a discussion. It shouldn't be, I would believe. He's now ascended to the greatest general manager in the history of the city. Now, you can argue others, but he's got the championship. He's got arguably the best free agent moves that any general manager has ever delivered when you talk about the number of them. His trading record is pretty spectacular. Many successful seasons ending in the playoffs, and now a second trip to the Super Bowl.
Howie Roseman doesn't know what he's doing.
It's time to crown the king of Philadelphia GMs, and it's Howie Roseman.
I'm happy to take responsibility for all of that.
You should be. And considering the bullets that he took, to me, that's telling me all I need to know. We've had some talented general managers in this town. Howie Roseman's the best of all of them, though. I welcome anyone to make a case. And if you want to, 610-632-0975. You want to talk resumes? You want to talk trading? You want to talk free agent signings? Any of those things? Howie Roseman's going to win the discussion now.
I wasn't alive for it, but where does he rank in regards to like Fred Shiro?
Fred Shiro was the coach, and there was no free agency. There was no trade. Like, who you had is who you had in hockey.
Gotcha.
Unless you made a trade. You know what I mean? It didn't give you that.
Gotcha.
Shiro's biggest claim to fame was coming up with a way to have a team win that was just so unconventional and so unheard of. I think Scott, what was his name? Something Scott was the
Joe
GM.
Scott.
He was friends with my dad. My dad was friends with him for some reason. I don't know what it was. Pat Gillick, I guess, is a guy that you have to put in that conversation. Right?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, Pat Gillick didn't have the tenure.
Yeah.
I mean, Pat Gillick's tenure was really 3-4 years, and then he moved away from being a GM.
And it was here, right?
It was, but
Well, he was in. Yeah, exactly.
He took over, I think, in 2006 after Ed Wade, and then I think he moved on after 2008.
And honestly,
he moved more into a like a president or like an ops, like a
he handed it off to Rube.
Exactly.
Right.
So he didn't have enough of a track record.
And also, too, with a guy like after Ed Wade, Ed Wade laid a lot of the foundation for the championship club.
Yeah.
He gets credit for he doesn't get credit for it almost ever. But he's the guy who gets a lot of credit for building those teams. They weren't decisions that Pat Gillick made. They were things that Pat Gillick acquired.
Yeah.
Pat Gillick put the final touches on those teams by going out.
And by the way, that's hard.
Yeah, and getting guys like Jason Worth off the scrap heap, Greg Dobbs off the scrap heap, J.C. Romero, Scott Air, Jamie Moyer, they're all off the scrap heap. And they end up playing pivotal parts in them winning their first World Series in, what was it, 30 years or whatever.
It is one of the it's Howie Roseman. I can't even think of now of anybody you could make a case for that would.
Probably not, because when you say what makes a great GM, it's building a team, right?
Correct.
So he built that 17 team that won the Super Bowl in 18. Now you totally strip that team. You strip a team from who won a Super Bowl in February of 2018, and you have them back there in February of 2023 with a new head coach, a new quarterback, and only 7, 8, 9, whatever number we come up with, guys remaining from that team. Yeah, that kind of defines exactly what you want out of a GM.
I mean,
so it's hard to argue whether you like him or not.
Exactly.
It's hard to argue those facts.
And it's one of those things that a lot of people will not be able to back off on. And yesterday we talked about it with Jalen Hurts. A lot of people are still trying to say, well, go show me you can win. Don't show me you can beat Brock Purdy. Don't show me you can beat Daniel Jones. Show me you can go beat Patrick Mahomes. Well, first off, beating Patrick Mahomes is a fantastic challenge for whoever's got to take it on.
Sure.
And if Jalen Hurts plays extremely well and doesn't beat Patrick Mahomes, I'm not going to look at that as an indictment on Jalen Hurts.
No,
that he didn't get it done. If he plays great in the Super Bowl and loses a nail-biter, I'm not going to say, see, can't beat Mahomes. Bullcrap.
Well, Patrick Mahomes, last I checked, isn't going to be playing defense against Jalen Hurts.
Amen.
So the fact, people say, oh, Tom Brady outdueled Nick Foles in 2018. It just so happened they're not playing against each other. They're not on the field at the same time. So would you like to see him have a better performance? I don't care. I don't care. As long as the Eagles beat the Chiefs by at least 1 point, I'm fine with whatever happens. I don't need Jalen Hurts to, air quotes, outduel Patrick Mahomes. I don't care.
Okay, I don't like what you just said, though. I need him to beat the Chiefs, though, by 3 points.
Oh, you already laid it down.
Placed,
I'm sorry.
Well, I have two different wagers. I have Eagles to win the Super Bowl that I placed before the playoffs began.
Right.
And then I have Eagles minus 2 points. So your scenario, Bob, will make me a little less happy. Win the Super Bowl by 1 point makes me a little less happy. Win the Super Bowl by 3, and I'm going to be really happy at that point. So I want the 3. But, Jalen, any way you could bring a party to Broad Street, it would be something that would make really, really everybody happy in this town in an incredible way. But Howie Roseman, I don't think we're going to be dealing with any more of the Howie. The NFL Live did a great thing on it about it's incredible what he did.
Oh,
and it's unheard of in NFL circles, getting one team to the Super Bowl, pretty much tearing it entirely apart, including head coach and the quarterback, and then trading over 40-some spots on the roster. It's almost impossible in the NFL to ever see that.
Yeah, and not just the NFL. Let's go baseball. Let's go basketball, hockey, whatever it is, to totally revamp a coaching staff, personnel that goes between the lines. You don't see that in a 5-year span, winning a Super Bowl with one and then going back with another. Rarely, if ever, do you see that in any sport.
And if he wins the second one, he wins the second Super Bowl. In this town, you're on just hallowed ground that no one may ever touch.
Yeah. And there's going to be haters still. The mature fans are the ones that say, you know what? I didn't used to like him, but my God, you have to commend the job that he did. Like we had an idiot that used to call here all the time, and I think he calls somewhere else now, that just won't give up on the Howie Roseman stuff. Well, all you do is show your stupidity by saying, he sounded dumb always. But, yeah, to not be able to, in sports, at least recognize when somebody is doing something great, no matter your feelings towards that person, That's just immature stupidness.
Yeah,
Stupidity.
We're all Eagles fans, and ultimately we want the team to do well. And whether you were right in that time or you were convinced that they needed to move on or whatever, the fact that Howie Roseman found a way to turn it around, you should be happy about that. So you should be happy to be wrong. You should put that on a pedestal. I was, and shout it from the mountaintops that I was wrong because you were.
And it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay to be wrong.
Absolutely
It's
fine.
okay to be wrong. By
2
the
years
way,
ago, I wanted him gone.
there were times when I think wanting him gone was where the error was. Your error, though, Pat, was not in criticizing like certain bodies of work, because certain bodies of work that he had were not good. There's a difference between, I think the two. Let's put it that way.
For me, it came down to just one thing, and I didn't like his draft evaluations. I didn't like the guys he was picking, and I didn't think that he would change and divert from his strategy, and he did.
Right.
And he went from, back-to-back really, really bad drafts where they got nothing from it to having 2 really, really good drafts. And not only that, but finagling the trade market to get more picks. And in the last 2 drafts, he's not only hit, but he has worked the system perfectly. It's impressive.
If you want to go to Arizona, there's one place to reserve your spot on a direct private charter flight. Look, you're scrambling around trying to put this whole thing together. Get on with Philly Sports Trips right now. Go to phillysportstrips.com, because when the second charter plane fills up, it's over. You're out. And then you may want to sign up for the pregame tailgate, things like that. We were at their pregame tailgate spot, and it was fantastic.
They had
unbelievably fun.
They had a whole pancake bar.
Pancake bar. No.
Yes. The game was at 1 o'clock, so the tailgate.
This is a 6:30.
It kicked off at 10. But
it's
point
3:30 there, by the way. 4:30 there, by the way.
I felt seen.
You did.
By the people. They made sure that everything was available.
It was awesome. It was a great, great time. Philly Sports Trips takes great care of it, too. Hey, Inside the Birds comes your way tonight. Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan always keeping you up on everything that goes on with the Birds. Listen tonight, 6 to 8 p.m., right after the best show ever. Now, in a contrary point of view, maybe Howie doesn't get all the praise.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
I can't wait to hear this. And I'm glad this is why we don't do the show before the show.
Yes, whatever you heard for the last 15 minutes, it was garbage, and ignore it.
I want to hear this.
Because John was wrong. The guy deserves a lot of the credit. And let me just preface this by saying, I think me and John are both right on this, but Jeffrey Lurie deserves a lot of credit for being, I feel like, the architect of this franchise, the come up, the success they've had. And while Howie Roseman was the one that did all the trades, while Howie Roseman was the one that drafted Devontae Smith and went to Doug Peterson and talked about drafting Jalen Hurts and all that, the fact that guys like me wanted Howie Roseman out, guys like Chip Kelly put him into a basement and wanted him fired, and it was Jeffrey Lurie that said, no, we're not getting rid of this guy. Yeah, well, I'll believe you, Chip. Like, I hired you to do a job, and I'll let you have the reins, but we're not totally getting rid of Howie Roseman. A credit to Jeffrey Lurie for sticking with his guns, because I feel like, and I've said it before in the air, I feel like he's one of the best owners in all of sports, because while he cares and he wants to be a part of the process, he doesn't meddle so much. He hires these guys to do a job, and he has faith that they'll be able to do the job and execute it. And while I felt like at times it was a hindrance to have this I can't quit you mentality with Howie Roseman, it ended up being to the betterment of the franchise because they're in the Super Bowl because of moves that Howie Roseman made. So while I think we both are right, I mean, Howie deserves a lot of the credit. I think Jeffrey deserves a lot of the credit too, because I feel like a lot of owners would have caved to public pressure and they would have just gotten rid of Howie and moved on and gotten somebody else, and he didn't. He stuck to his guns. He knew that this guy knew what he was doing, and here we are now.
All right, truth serum given to Jeffrey Lurie. Do you think he would say, I knew what he had in him, I saw it, I believed in it, or would it be, yeah, I got lucky that I stuck with him?
I don't believe, no. I think he was
lucky.
I think he was so comfortable. Bob, I think that one thing with Jeffrey Lurie is he wants to build that sort of family atmosphere and that whole idea.
Right.
I think he was so comfortable working with Howie.
And that's okay.
That the idea of changing away from Howie was uncomfortable to him.
If this
and it
failed,
paid off.
If this failed and you said those exact words, we'd be saying, what an idiot. Oh, he was comfortable with him? The guy had horrible draft picks. He should have been fired 2 years ago, blah, blah, blah. He only stuck with him because he's comfortable, because he wants to build a family. You know what I'm saying? So
I got it.
Yeah, I look, Jeffrey Lurie, by the millions upon millions of dollars that he has, I will say is a very smart man. So I will lean on the side heavily of him saying, no, I saw something in him. I knew he was good. That's why I stuck with him. Part of me wonders, though, if he looked at the approach that John just said and he got lucky with it.
Because I think he is comfortable with him.
I don't think he necessarily got lucky, but I think that everything broke right in Howie's favor, which makes it Jeffrey it makes him look like a genius. But ignore the Howie stuff for a second. Like, hiring Nick Sirianni was a bold move that has worked out for Jeffrey Lurie.
You're right.
Nobody was interviewing Nick Sirianni.
No, nobody.
Nobody was looking at him. In fact, when he got hired and we had Shefty on, Shefty brought up, actually, the guy that was being mentioned was the new defensive coordinator, Jonathan Gannon, as a future head coach, not really Nick Sirianni. And I'll vividly remember how, Adam saying, if I had to break down Sirianni, it'd be like he could be a good coach, but probably not an amazing coach. And it didn't put a lot of faith in the fan base, that's for sure. But once again, it seemed like Jeffrey Lurie trusted whatever process he has, and it worked out because the same thing happened with Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson and Nick Sirianni, their hiring processes were very similar. And the only real high-profile one that was lauded at the time as being smart, I know you weren't a part of that, John, was Chip Kelly, and that was a disaster. And he was smart to move on from it after 3 years. But Andy Reid, Nick Sirianni, Doug Peterson, there was 3 guys that no teams were really looking at, and it was Jeffrey Lurie who sat them down and interviewed them and said, no, this is the guy that I want.
Right. It is. It's interesting.
It's very interesting.
Kristen Yardley wants to check in because I feel like it sounds dumb to say it, Pat and Bob, but I think everything we said is right.
Yeah, it can be all-encompassing, no doubt about it. Yeah.
But I get it. Now, Kristen Yardley wants to check in. Chris, good morning. You're on The Fanatic. How are you, brother?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we today?
Good, man. We're doing
Chris.
great.
So my point is, I don't think Jeffrey Lurie deserves much credit other than the fact that he had the money to buy the Philadelphia Eagles, and it was a great investment.
Wow.
He's from Boston, right? He's not a Philadelphia area guy, so he didn't grow up. He has no idea what being a Philadelphia Eagles fan is until he comes into it. So it's not, again, and I'm not trying to discount him, but I think as an owner, he's like most people, the bottom line is, am I still making money? And if at any point you think the Philadelphia Eagles will lose money, we're all out of our minds.
Yeah, but Chris, let me discount this right away and tell you how. And I'm not trying to just shoot you full of holes here on this one. There are NFL ownerships that do not spend money to make sure that their players have the top facilities. That spend money on, remember, how much they pay coaching staffs, how much they pay training staffs, how much they pay. The Eagles are among the best in the NFL at that.
They have a smoothie bar.
He invests more money in his team than many other owners do. The salary cap is just one thing. All the other things an owner spends on is another. And Jeffrey Lurie is very much like a John Middleton. He wants to spend money, and he does. And that lures players here. Players know it. And there are other franchises that just don't have that same pedigree, or they're known as not taking care of their employees that way.
Well, I'm not arguing that he doesn't do any of those things. But to say that he, as in any point, like the whole Howie Roseman thing, well, if that were the case, why do we go through that whole process of Chip Kelly, the firing, the getting rid of guys? Like, why do we go through that process? Because the owner made that decision. And at the same time, we want to sit here and say, well, Howie do a good job. Well, no, at the end of the day, Jeffrey Lurie is the owner. He is the facilitator. If you go and buy a terrible manager who makes everyone feel like crap and you build a great facility, I don't care if I go into Shangri-La, if I get treated like crap.
Chris, I got to tell you this. His track record as an owner, since he's taken over, the only person better than him since he's owned the Eagles is Robert Kraft. So you have 32 owners. So you have 32 owners.
Look at the number of Super Bowls, John.
Yeah, but Chris, it's not. That's not. Chris, his success. Now you're
too negative. I got to be honest. I appreciate him listening. A little too negative.
There are 32 franchises.
We're not in the Super Bowl right
now.
The
only owner who has been more successful in Jeffrey Lurie's tenure is Robert Kraft. So, and I don't think Jeffrey Lurie hasn't ended up at a strip mall massage parlor.
I think Chris needs
to. I mean, there's a difference level of that, too.
I think Chris needs to go talk to some Cleveland Browns fans.
Well, no,
some San Diego, or I'm sorry,
every team.
Los Angeles Chargers fans.
Pat, every team. other than the Patriots?
I was about to name every team, but you cut me off.
Yeah, you can say
Jets
he's a Boston
fans.
guy and he came here to make the money. Okay, and I understand that, Chris. Like, I honestly do. And probably most owners of teams are playing that game. But this guy came in and did all of these things to make his team better on top of it.
Correct. All right, if you want to share a thought on that, you can at 610-632-0975. The Super Bowl storylines are going to beat you over the head for another 12 and a half days. We're going to talk about some of them, including the one you're going to be tired of by kickoff. Next, John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. With the big game here and your birds in it, I want you to get in on the action. Get in on the Bet Park Sportsbook and Casino app. It has got you covered for the big game just 12 and a half days away. Pro and college hoops are going on too. Odds, bets, slots are right there in the palm of your hand. Now, I will wait on individual player performances to wager on them for the big game before I make them much closer to the game. But right now, I was already willing to lay the Birds 2 points, give the Chiefs the 2, and take the Birds for the championship. New users can get up to $750 in Sportsbook bonus back if your first bet isn't a winner. So I want you to download the app, and you can start playing instantly. Get comfortable with it. You must be 21, and you've got to be in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. I want you to check out betparks.com for terms and conditions. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
I know that most people find his calm leadership to be a gentle, soothing beacon at a time of great social chaos.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The road to victory is presented by Bergey's Cadillac.
The road to victory for the Birds is a familiar one. While Kansas City is returning to the big game after a one-year absence, the Birds are playing in their first since beating New England in 2017. This year's game will feature the youngest combined age between starting quarterbacks in history. Both signal callers are dealing with injuries and will benefit from the 2-week layoff before the final game.
That road to victory was presented by Bergey's Cadillac, now open in Plymouth Meeting.
Brisket is back at Wawa, which means you could get a savory barbecue brisket sandwich or a creamy barbecue brisket mac and cheese bowl. Or you could get both on Wawa's new barbecue brisket mac and cheese panini. Your two favorites melted between perfectly toasty bread. It's the best of both worlds. A double whammy, a toast of two favorites. Brisket is back and better than ever at Wawa. Try it in a sandwich, bowl, or a panini. Gotta have a Wawa. New Year's are for fresh starts, and fresh starts call for fresh Wawa coffee. Like 100% Colombian, hazelnut, French vanilla, and now the limited edition maple coffee cake flavored coffee, made fresh every morning. Hints of cinnamon and sweet maple syrup go perfectly with your go-to milk or creamer for a sweet start to your day. Start fresh with a maple coffee cake flavored coffee. Great morning start at Wawa.
The Fanatic's Business of Sports is powered by Pico for Business.
What's big business around a big game? How about hotel rooms for big prices? Do you know that most Super Bowl cities see hotel rooms priced 3 to 4 times the average nightly rate? Not to mention restaurants, which also tend to amplify their prices by 15 to 30%. Pack some cash. Businesses of all types and sizes are saving money with Pico because Pico's got the financial incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and to save cash. See how Pico's helping businesses like yours take greater control of their energy costs to improve their bottom line. Simply complete a customer survey on Pico's digital portal and an energy profile. The report will be generated for you, and this profile is going to provide specific recommendations based on your facilities, equipment, and energy use, with great ways to save while either maintaining or increasing productivity.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or 2. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/4. Chair offer valid in-store and online. Purell Limit 2, in-store only, while supplies last.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The last weekend of football is near, and BetRivers Online Sportsbook is the place to be. You can win up to $10,000 in bonus money instantly by playing the exclusive BetRivers Squares this football season. Place $10 or more in qualifying bets, and you get a square for free. If the numbers on your square match the final score of the game, we have the final game of the year, Philadelphia versus Kansas City. Philadelphia favored in the game. So many storylines, including brother versus brother. I can't wait. Head to BetRivers.com or download the BetRivers app today to get in on all the action. Restrictions on qualifying wagers, eligible bonus, and credit use. Full terms and conditions are available at BetRiversSquares.com. You must be 21 or older and in Pennsylvania to play. Void where prohibited. Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big plans for the big game? Place your order today for a sandwich tray from Manhattan Bagel. From fresh baked New York style bagels to authentic deli sandwiches, sure to satisfy even the hungriest fans. Big game sandwich trays available at ManhattanBagel.com. You gather, they cater. Manhattan Bagel.
Make PJ Willehan's in Newtown Square your headquarters to catch the Sixers game day action. Enjoy the perfect blend of food, drinks, and fun in a relaxed atmosphere with $6 Modelo drafts and Corona bottles during every Sixers game. PJ Willehan's, 4803 Westchester Pike, Newtown.
Got to tell you about my friends at Window Nation. Window Nation is absolutely spectacular, and they know that it is going to be nasty, cold this weekend. And your house, the heating and cooling bills are going to be outrageous. How about for the next 5 years paying no interest financing and getting 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy? It is going to be negative 19 wind chills this weekend. That's why Window Nation has got a special deal for you right now. You can save up to 30% on your heating bills while you increase the value of your home and the curb appeal by checking out new windows. Go to windownation.com/home show, upload a picture of your home, and try their free virtual visualizer. You can plug in all kinds of different size and style of windows. It'll be absolutely awesome. Window Nation's got you covered. Call 866-90-NATION to take advantage of this amazing deal. Buy 2, get 2 free. No interest financing for 60 months. Your house is going to be drafty and cold this weekend. I tried to warn you. Get into Window Nation. 866-90-NATION.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Got some people wanting to talk to us on the line. We're going to get to them here at 610-632-0975. And the greatest lie ever told, again, what I would insist is nobody likes us, we don't care. Which is a total lie because every time somebody doesn't like us, the city loses their mind.
Heard it all day yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
The Arizona restaurant owner, and I saw our buddy Carter from Peter and Stan show down the street complaining about the Arizona restaurant manager that warned his employees about obnoxious and rude Eagles fans.
Oh, good.
And then people are like, we should boycott this place. We should all go and take over his restaurant. I'm like, nobody likes us. We don't care. It's the greatest lie ever perpetuated because somebody can do it. Every single thing is a slight. Every single thing that's said, everything it has to be defended, has to be screamed and yelled about, complained about, shared about. If you don't care, you don't care. I would say go to his restaurant and have a great time. Or if you don't like him, stay the hell away from his restaurant.
If you can find a good restaurant in downtown Phoenix, I commend you. I tip the hat to you because, as I've told you before, I've been in Phoenix many, many times. And walking through that city in the middle of the day, many times, it feels like a nuclear war just happened. There's nobody around.
I don't think there's a lot of great, it's not like you're strolling around like you're in downtown Philly.
Yeah.
And every block, there's like 2 or 3 mom and pop restaurants.
No, there's not at all. Yeah, downtown Phoenix is kind of strange. You have your Marley's used to be there, Dan Marley's place, and but to find a good restaurant, I know there was one on a second floor, and it's really hard to find. You would actually walk on the street and have to take an escalator up.
That may have been Kincade's. You have to go up to the second floor to go to Kincade.
Maybe it was.
Which is right near the convention center. And
it was right in
it's
downtown,
spelled wrong.
yeah.
And it's a big spot. I don't know if it's still open or not, but it's one of those options. But nobody likes us. We don't care.
Yeah,
if you say it, if you think it's funny, if you think it's cool, then live it.
Yeah.
Stop worrying about what everybody says about you.
I understand the backlash that people had because you were on such a high yesterday, and for people to come out and say, oh, yeah, but you beat a team that, blah, 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 blah. I was just kind of disappointed that everybody took so many people took the bait.
Now, analysts, though, doing it is different. Football analysts doing it, but they're not talking about Philly fans. They're talking about the team. Analysts making mistakes, that's fair game. Who cares what a restaurant owner in Phoenix says? Stay away from his restaurant then. Don't go. Hey, Nick in Fort Worth joins us on The Fanatic. Nick, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I never talk to you guys in the morning, but I do orthopedic surgery, and every morning on the way in, man, I listen to you guys for a half hour. So
thank you so much, Nick. We appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, it makes my day. So anyway, I was just going to kind of call and talk about Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, and with the whole Batman theme we got going on. I think they're kind of the Batman and Robin of the organization. Jeffrey's kind of the silent financier of Howie's operation down there. But
he's Bruce Wayne, so he's Bruce Wayne with all the deep pockets.
Exactly. So I think they do a great job. I mean, if we think back to when Doug Peterson was hired, I mean, look at who everybody was pounding the table for. They were pounding the table for Adam Gase. You know where that guy is right now? He is an offensive coordinator at a high school in his hometown.
All right, Nick, I'm going to take offense with your call right now because I was one of those people that was all about the Gase, Yes, I wanted Adam Gase. He's lost 2 head coaching jobs since that point. And I was that guy. Jeffrey Lurie knows how to hire, right? Knows how to hire.
He does.
Hey,
I love you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Have a great day.
Take care, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Orthopedic surgery.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I don't fret going to see doctors or anything like that. You know me, John.
You're good with it.
If something's wrong, I like to find out what it is. I compare my body to like a car. If something's wrong, you go get it fixed. But when I've been told a few times that you have to go see an orthopedic surgeon, yeah, that made me a little bit. Now, luckily, it was just a couple times broken ankles.
Though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you gotten every surgery you were told to get?
I've never had needed surgery.
Never?
No.
Yes.
I had 2 ankles that I busted pretty bad. Both were broken in 2 different places. And it was considered, but they said, let's cast it instead. So
I did not need surgery on either. Broke both ankles in my life. Have not had surgery. Did not need surgery on either one. I go to Stretch Zone. And Austin is a master at Exton. He's absolutely amazing. And he's doing my very first session, and he goes, when did you break your ankles?
Yeah, I could see that.
He knew.
Yeah.
I was like, how do you know? And he goes, I can tell right here, this didn't fuse correctly.
Yeah.
These people who know is it kinesiology? What is it where somebody understands the bones of the body and everything? I'm not sure.
I believe that is kinesiology.
Yeah, I mean, those guys who he's going for the masters and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Really bright. I just say, I broke my ankles, both of them. So, hey, Roger joins us in Collegeville. Roger, you're on the Fanatic. Good morning. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to make a quick comment on Jeff Lurie.
Sure.
I think what you see is what you get. He's a legit nice guy. If you've ever seen him, well, I don't know if you have that experience. I never did personally, but I've seen him stop. He talks to people. He laughs with people. So my quick story is, and I only called him because rarely are we specifically talking about the owner.
Yeah, exactly.
My dad was down at the Phillies-Eagles game one time, and my dad's a very charismatic guy. I don't know what transpired with the conversation, but he and Lori invited my father in his personal box. They watched the game together. I got the photos at my house, so I'm not just calling in and making it up.
That's incredible.
It is an incredible story. My dad was that type of guy. So my thing is, I think Jeff Lurie is a great guy. He's not a I'm better than you type guy. What you see is what you get. And, he's a smart businessman. He bought the team for $180 million, and it's worth over $4 billion. So
exactly. And Roger, he's invested. He has spent money to make money.
Yeah.
And a lot of owners.
That's my point. He cares.
Correct.
Even if he's not from this area, he's learned to become from this area. He loves this city. He loves the fans. And I'm telling you, my dad was just an average Joe. And to have that story, and I have the photos to prove it, he's in the box.
I love it.
It's hilarious.
Roger, is your dad still around?
Nah, God bless his soul.
You'll be thinking of him on Super Bowl Sunday. Didn't want to bring you down there, but it sounded like I could tell the way you were talking about him. I sort of felt that he'd already passed.
No, it's fine. I was actually thinking maybe I should bring the photos out, put them up on mantle for the game.
I think it'd be great.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Why not?
Hey, Roger, share one of them with us if you can, because that's pretty awesome. That's a
Thanks,
great story.
Roger.
Love that.
You know who wasn't from the city where they bought a team? Roger Steinbrenner.
Yeah.
He was from Cleveland. How'd that work out?
I think that, I think it sort of worked out.
I mean, the idea that, because Jeffrey Lurie's not from here, that's one of the negatives against him.
No,
I can tell you right now, there's plenty of people from here that would be horrible owners for the Eagles.
I'm going to tell you that Jeffrey Lurie, his record, by the way, again, his record of success since he's taken over the franchise, since he's owned it. Robert Kraft's the only more successful owner. Jeffrey Lurie invests in the community also. And Jeffrey Lurie, I will suggest, is one of the most, and I don't do politics on this show, but I think that Jeffrey Lurie is a guy who has always attracted athletes because of the fact that he is a guy who listens to people from different backgrounds, different ethnic groups, he's a guy who listens. He doesn't, I don't think he's the set in his ways guy. I think he wants to hear. And when the entire Black Lives Matter thing was going on and was storming onto the scene, when the Colin Kaepernick issues were storming onto the scene, Jeffrey Lurie was a man who was willing to listen.
Yeah.
And to me, that attracts employees.
Sure.
Because you're willing to listen. And Jeffrey Lurie's not out doing his professing this is the way it has to be and this is what, but he's a man who listens, and I respect that.
Yeah.
Because I think I try to listen, and I think sometimes I don't listen enough.
In the gold standard, it's like we talk about a lot, John. Like, we're never too old to learn.
No.
And it's always good to listen to people and anybody, whoever it may be, any walk of life. You're never too old to learn. Jeffrey Lurie, there's never been. He made the bad statement at the time, the gold standard, but he was probably right in the middle of a long tenure that is the gold. We will take a Jeffrey Lurie owner at any time. And you mentioned the other endeavors. I mean, look what he's done for autism.
It's amazing.
And I've, as you know, that's near and dear to my heart. But the things that they do for autism, the way now look, you just don't tell somebody, look, I want you to, you're a player,
Absolutely.
you come in, you give them the background of what autism is about. And our struggle, since I've had a son diagnosed with autism 20 plus years ago, was to educate people of what autism is. And therefore, the more you're educated, the more you can help. And Jeffrey Lurie and staff has done a phenomenal job of that. So, yeah, I find absolutely nothing wrong with his ownership.
I really don't either. I'm a fan. Let's just save his work. Tom in Alabama joins us. Tom, good morning. We're getting closer to the Super Bowl. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, we are, baby. We're going to Glendale, Arizona, and we're going to win. And let me tell you about an owner who was from there, and he was the cheapest, tightest-ass dirtbag in the history of the world, Norman Brayman, with his billions.
He was from Miami. He was a Miami guy. Yeah, he was a Miami guy.
Well, let me tell you, not only did he run Reggie White off, he ran Keith Byers off and Jackson and everybody else, and he had the personality of paint dry. And Lurie is about the best thing to come along in a long time. And Middleton, too. I don't understand these people sometimes when they call and they want to just dog Howie Roseman or
Yeah. I don't understand it. Tommy, I don't understand it either because I've seen bad ownership. I've seen owners who try to do the right thing, who continually push the wrong buttons. I saw Arthur Blank in Atlanta up close and personal for years, who personally tries to do the right thing, spend the money and do those kind of things, and then never has the success to show for it. Jeffrey Lurie has much better business acumen, though he's not a football man.
There's no, honest to God, and was there some heat where, oh boy, they're grooming his son to be an owner? Okay. I mean, you can't complain about anything that Jeffrey Lurie has done. So why not, if he passed down how to be an owner to his son, what difference does that make? You talk about people say, oh, he's not a football guy. Like, how could he be? Well, I'll tell you what. I sit here every day and talk about my opinions about pro football, having covered it. Whatever. Jeffrey Lurie's probably been around thousands upon thousands of practices.
He has.
Film sessions, players, coaches,
And he knows
GMs.
all the inside conversations that we're sometimes not privy to.
I'm never going to compare myself. Was I a better athlete than Jeffrey Lurie? I'll probably take a shot saying yeah on that. But do I know more about football? He's had at his disposal for 30 years now any access he wants to professional football. So, yeah, the guy probably knows a thing or two.
And you know what I say about Julian? As people are trying to, to talk about the Julian Lurie stuff. Julian Lurie has gotten to grow up and work in that organization.
Yeah.
Seeing how it works. Being by dad's side. Being put into positions. And I've been told by people within the organization and people who cover the organization, Julian works. It's not like he's just being given a cushy corner office or something like that. He works, and he's expected to work. So he's going to be much more prepared when he ascends to ownership. He's going to be probably 100 times more prepared than his father was coming out of the film industry.
Absolutely.
Hey, now through January 31st, which is today, lease a 2023 BMW X5 xDrive 40i for just $899 a month for 36 months with $85.79 due at signing. For details, visit bmwcenters.com today. There are some Super Bowl storylines that are going to beat us over the head in the next few weeks, and it always happens. We are just under 12 and a half days to kickoff. Pat, is there a storyline for this Super Bowl that you think by the time the game comes, you're going to be like, if you see it in the pregame show, like an hour before the game, you're going to be like, I am so damn tired of hearing about this?
The Kelsey brothers.
I think so, too, and I feel bad saying it.
I love them both, but I know the story. I mean, I don't need to see Jason Kelsey give me the whole, Andy Reid put him on the phone and said, is your brother going to screw up? And I said, guaranteed he won't. Like, I know it at this point. I could recite it chapter and verse. I don't need to hear it, and it's going to be shoved down my throat. I'm already tired of it, and we're 12 and a half days away.
I feel that way, too. It's the Kelsey brothers story is one that I think I'm going to get tired of. Now, the Kelsey brothers producing some content themselves,
that'll be good.
Will be spectacular.
But like the Tom Rinaldi piece on the
I don't need to see it. In fact, tell me a story I don't know.
I don't know the story of the Kelsey brothers.
You really don't? Oh, my gosh.
I know they're brothers.
Okay, so...
like we just talked about learning something all the time. I hear you if something's overdone, but, if I watch a 3-minute piece on the Kelsey brothers, I guarantee you I'm going to learn something I didn't know.
Well, I mean, look, I think what we're proving here is that me and John watch sports and you don't. Because I could tell you the history of the Kelsey brothers at this point.
Really? Or they came out of the same womb. I know that. They have a mother and father.
They went to the same college.
Right,
Travis
Cincinnati.
got kicked off the team for being a knucklehead, but he was extremely talented. And in the 4th round, Andy Reid called him up and said, are you going to screw up? Put your brother on the phone. And Jason vouched for him, and the rest is history.
Well, Rinaldi's going to go a little deeper than Pat Egan just did. I'm going to tell you.
Pat Egan had to wrap it up in about a minute and a half.
Okay.
Tom Rinaldi's got.
He's going to get a good 4.5 to 5 minutes.
He's got a solid 4 minutes to work with.
I know one
some B-roll.
I know one I'm tired of is people with Jalen Hurts in Alabama, and I can tell that a lot of people never watched college football, and they'll talk about Jalen Hurts. He just got benched at Alabama. Jalen Hurts got taken out of a game at halftime. National championship game. I was there for it. And did get Tua took his spot and won a championship. And then people try to say, well, hey, yeah, look at Alabama. Burn Alabama. he is still very tight with Nick Saban. Jalen Hurts is a proud graduate of the University of Alabama. He loves the school. He understands what Nick Saban did. And by the way, he never was stomping around saying that was a disgrace. I was treated like crap, anything like that. And I think that that's one story that we're going to hear a lot of, that maybe by the time it happens, by the time this game happens, people may be a little tired of it.
I haven't heard it too much.
About his time at Alabama?
Not really. No. I mean, I know it's like heavily talked about just in terms of when you bring up Jalen Hurts, it's going to be the Alabama connection, which kind of annoys me. But I haven't heard it too much so far, I should say.
Well, hopefully that's one that not. By the way, Jalen did graduate from Alabama. He loves the school. He loves Nick Saban. So it's like people will be like, yeah, he screwed Nick Saban, went to Oklahoma and said, screw you, Nick Saban.
Well, then that's the whole reason somebody needs to do the story.
Yeah. The thing is, though, the story's been done like 3-4 times and people don't pay attention.
I think what we're finding out, John, is there's nothing that Bob's going to get tired of hearing.
See, there it is. He may get tired by the end.
just give things a chance.
I'm surprised that no one's brought up the elephant in the room. I kind of left it out there. The Andy Reid Philly connection.
You see, I don't.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, though.
No, but
that's
I wonder,
the obvious.
But like getting tired of it.
I don't think I'm going to get tired of that one.
The national media not making it out to be Chiefs versus the Eagles, but making it out to be Andy Reid versus his old team.
That's going to be one that we have a chance to get tired of.
When there's what? I mean, we were terrible at this about an hour ago, but what? There's probably 3 players. 8? There's 8 players left from the Andy Reid era?
There's 8. No. I'm talking about the Super Bowl era.
There's Cox and Kelsey, and then I'm sure there's one other guy that I'm just forgetting based on like how bad we did with the Super Bowl era. But
right,
I think I'm probably going to get a little tired of hearing that.
Yeah,
he had a great career here, and I think a lot of us are appreciative for the time that he had here. But when he was fired, it was time to move on.
I wanted him gone.
I did too. I thought it was time for a new voice.
I think he did too. I think he's even come out through the years and said, yeah, it was time. I mean, it was great there. Reid did a really good job yesterday. He was on a Zoom press conference, and he said, look, when I get onto the field, do I have great memories of Philadelphia, and that's where I cut my teeth, all of those things? Absolutely. He said, but I'm not going to go out there looking at it like, and I'm paraphrasing, the Andy Reid Philadelphia Eagles versus the Andy Reid Kansas City Chiefs.
No.
He said, those are all new people over there, all new team over there. When we get on the field, it's Kansas City versus the other team.
No, and I think a point of how well respected he was by the organization, the fan base, the guy was fired and he had a press conference about it.
Which rarely happens.
That never happens.
Yeah.
Of, hey, we're moving on, but we want to show you the respect on the way out. And I love that dude. He's one of my favorite coaches of all time. I was happy when he won his first Super Bowl. I hope he loses this one.
But you did want him gone.
But I thought it was time for a new voice.
I thought it was time
Absolutely.
to
go. It was just time.
Yeah,
it was just time. And I appreciated him a lot more than a lot of my friends, probably a lot more than a lot of people in Philadelphia. But, yeah, I think everybody, to some degree, believed it was just time. And that happens.
It had run its course.
Yeah.
It's so funny that people
will say. And a great course it was.
Yeah, 13 years.
14, wasn't it? Was it 13 or 14? I think it was 14.
I mean, you lose track after 10.
You see, we lost track at like 8,
yeah,
6,
there was
7.
8 players from the Super Bowl.
Numbers not our strength.
We're not good at this
Derek Barnett, he was
thing.
part of that
Derek
team
Barnett,
too.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And guess what? You can't forget Derek Barnett.
I'm telling you, by the end of the show, we'll
It'll
probably
be half the roster,
yeah,
yes. We'll be at half the roster.
It's not our finest moment.
We'll be at that point. So, Pat says we're going to get some really good news today or tomorrow. He's always promising crap. He better be ready to deliver. You better be ready to deliver. We're going to get to that. I don't want to hear I think. Really good news is what we're looking for, Pat. We want positivity after Chris's call.
I'm trying.
Well, I don't want to hear trying. None of that crap. Plus, Jalen Hurts is about to grab a huge payday. Question is, how huge? We'll get to that. Adam Schefter joins us in the next hour. It's all coming together tomorrow, at 8:10. Make sure you're with us for Adam Schefter tomorrow at 8:10 as Super Bowl coverage starts to really get amped up. We'll be in Arizona next week. Thanks to our friends at Rally House. We also appreciate Window Nation and Berge Chevrolet for helping to get us out there. We'll be live on Radio Row next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. John Kincade Show. We're only halfway home here on this Tuesday morning on 97.5 The Fanatic. If you want to know an easy way to get the year started off strong, I recommend Stretch Zone. You want to reduce aches and pains because that's going to let you gain flexibility, and it's also going to help relieve sore muscles. All it takes is you to go to StretchZone.com to book your free 30-minute stretch session. I can tell you I started in September, and I've been religious about it. Every single week, getting in there for my stretch. I'm already bummed that next week when I go to Super Bowl 57, I won't be able to get stretched out. The pioneer of practitioner-assisted stretching. They put you on a table like an athlete coming off the field. They stretch you, and they take your flexibility and everything to the next level. They relieve stiffness and soreness, improve your circulation and range of motion. I love Stretch Zone. Go to StretchZone.com. Book a free 30-minute stretch session at any of their 10 Delaware Valley locations. Get a new lease on life for your flexibility. Go to Stretch Zone and tell them Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
You're a middle-aged man. You can't be a DJ.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The Birds are heading to the big game. And the John Kincade Show will be live from Glendale, Arizona next week, bringing you everything Birds as the journey toward another Lombardi Trophy continues. All of our big game coverage from Arizona is presented by Rally House. Get to Rally House to get all your Eagles gear for the big game. Rally House. It's your city. It's your house.
Also brought to you by Bergey's Chevrolet. Now with 2 locations in Plymouth Meeting and Colmar.
DallasStillSucks.com for details. All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.50.
This is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Yo, the hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. Gary Barbera's bigger, better, better. Durango. 16,666. Ho, ho, ho. Your radio's not broken. You heard me right. You can buy a Gary Barbera Durango from a crazy 16,666. Financing, don't worry. Instant credit. Come and get it.
Philadelphia's credit connection.
And oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
You tell him, Birds Coach Nick.
Boy, I guess.
The hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. High, wide, and handsome, big, bad, bodacious Durango. 16,666. It was the star of the show. Buy it at Barbera from a crazy 16,666. Come and get it today.
Hey, this is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
And oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
The last weekend of football is near, and BetRivers Online Sportsbook is the place to be. You can win up to $10,000 in bonus money instantly by playing the exclusive BetRivers Squares this football season. Place $10 or more in qualifying bets, and you get a square for free. If the numbers on your square match the final score of the game, we have the final game of the year, Philadelphia versus Kansas City. Philadelphia favored in the game. So many storylines, including brother versus brother. I can't wait. Head to BetRivers.com or download the BetRivers app today to get in on all the action. Restrictions on qualifying wagers, eligible bonus, and credit use. Full terms and conditions are available at BetRiversSquares.com. You must be 21 or older and in Pennsylvania to play. Void where prohibited. Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? There's a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men and is now available in Philadelphia. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses WAVE technology, backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call now to schedule a completely free and confidential assessment. You will receive a free blood flow ultrasound and get something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom in just minutes. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but is free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic of Philadelphia now to schedule your completely confidential appointment. 215-302-9999.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Milk, eggs, $42.
Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/28/23. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment taxes and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
We're headed to Arizona, Philly. Shop the largest selection of Eagles, NFC champions, and Super Bowl gear at Rally House. New postings and styles arriving daily.
Eagles, Sixers, Villanova, Penn State, Temple, Phillies, Flyers, don't be late. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Limited quantity. Selection varies by location. Shop rallyhouse.com.
When you hire your local CertaPro painters, you get
the power of a cut above.
Decades of expertise to transform your home. From so-so to virtuoso.
The power of neighborhood painters.
We live where you live and probably like the same pizza place you do. Put
the power of pro
to work for you today. Get your project started at CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
8 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show's on The Fanatic. And a week from today, we're heading out to Arizona. We'll broadcast from Radio Row leading you up to Super Bowl 57 Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And our Super Bowl coverage will be presented by a place you better visit before the Super Bowl. That's Rally House. Get to Rally House. Get all your Eagles gear for the big game. Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's your Rally House. Plus Window Nation for all your window needs. Visit windownation.com. Proud to be endorsed by Jalen Hurts and John Kincade. And Berge Chevrolet. Now with 2 locations in Plymouth Meeting and Colmar. Sounds like we are, what was the activity of this break that was going on?
I've jumped in. I don't want to say I'm a Packer yet, but wait, that didn't sound right.
Pat,
a sacker. I meant to say
sounded perfect.
Well, sack
Pat,
pack.
It sounded perfect.
Yeah,
I think
not
it
a
sounded,
Green Bay Packer.
I think it sounded great.
Green Bay Packer. We like it. We're glad you said it.
So anyway, I jumped into the circle of the hacky sack pack.
You're now part of the sack pack.
I don't know, Coach. I'll let you. I don't know if I'm part of it yet. I'm kind of on a trial membership, maybe, should we say?
Probationary time?
Yeah.
You jumped in. You didn't do a bad job.
No.
Did you bring anything to the inane conversations that go on with the sack pack?
Well, they taught me a few things. That if the sack hits you in the sack, it's called a what, Coach?
Nutmeg?
A meg?
No,
that's if it goes between your legs.
Yeah.
Nutmeg.
Okay. What else was there? Wasn't there something else that you guys taught me? Oh, you're not allowed to self-serve?
That's correct.
Uh-huh. It's not a buffet?
It's not a buffet.
Which means if the ball lands or the sack lands, you have to serve it to someone else for them to start the next round.
Okay.
And I accidentally kicked it myself and started, and they said, no, this isn't self-serve.
Can't serve with your own sack.
No,
Can't
so
be doing that.
I'm learning the rules here as we go along.
Oh, let's air out our dirty laundry.
So what happened?
So this is some dirty laundry that I'm just in here with Pat voicing my opinion on. If you go outside where we do our hacky, on the counters out there, you'll see 2 envelopes that are addressed to people.
Okay.
And they have a stamp on them, like a regular stamp. No it's not
Right, stamped on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's written.
And they're just sitting there.
Okay.
So it happened a couple weeks ago. The same thing, like 2 or 3 or 4 envelopes with stamps ready to go, something inside. Found out that it's somebody is sending Ricky Bottalico baseball cards, Ricky's baseball cards, asking him to autograph them, and then the self-addressed envelopes are there
to send them back,
where Ricky can put it in the envelope, the stamp's already on it, and send them back.
Okay. So what's the dirty laundry?
So instead of autographing the cards, putting them in the self-addressed stamped envelopes, and mailing them, Ricky brings them in here and throws them on the counter. Do you think some magic mail elf is going to mail these? At that point, just mail them.
You take them to a mailbox and you mail them.
Not me, Ricky.
No, but isn't there a mailbox on the main level?
We have
of this building?
All you have to do is walk over to Tony Perrone.
Yeah. Right.
Basically runs our entire office space. And we have an outgoing mail thing that I told Ricky a couple weeks ago. But you don't
Tony
have to
can
do
be
that.
slightly intimidating. Maybe he's intimidated by Tony.
A mailbox.
There's
and
one in
throw
our
them
building,
in.
I believe.
There is. It's down in the basement.
Right. Down in our building,
all the way
there's
in
a
the basement.
mailbox.
But I mean, I don't expect people to really know that.
That's incredible. You could go down and get a hot dog off the rotisserie.
Absolutely, from Mrs. Cho.
And
You can get a lottery ticket?
You can get a lottery ticket?
No hot dog.
No hot dogs?
Yeah, she's out. Actually,
No hot
she just
dogs.
sold out last one. But
Coach still waiting to buy the...
let me ask you, though, Coach. Has anyone told Ricky, yo, dude?
Yeah, I did a couple weeks
You
ago.
did?
I took the envelopes and said, what were these in there? And he told me that somebody had sent him baseball cards and he autographed them. And I said, okay, you just have to run them over to Tony. And it's, 50 paces across the hallway.
By the way, somebody's putting them on eBay.
I
don't think so.
I love Ricky.
You don't think so?
For what?
Yeah.
Wait, you saying he can't sell one of his cards? I've seen many less accomplished players than Ricky Bottalico when people selling their cards for $5, $6, $7, $10.
No, and I'm not being mean
Autographed
here,
cards.
And if Ricky was here, I'd ask him too. What do you think an autographed Ricky Bottalico card could fetch?
I would guess $15, $20.
Really?
Yes.
So no,
autographed,
God, no. Dude. You're delusional. Right now, there's a Ricky Bottalico 1996 Leaf Signature Series autograph card.
He was an all-star that year.
99 cents.
That's terrible. I almost want to bid on it just to raise the price.
What are you going to bid, $1?
I love Ricky.
We all love Ricky. I mean, there's no question that we all love Ricky. He's the best.
Yeah,
but 99 cents for an autographed card?
Well, but here's a couple more, though. We got a Ricky Bottalico autograph, Philadelphia Phillies 94 signature rookie.
Okay.
Autograph
This
card.
is going to be more.
$3.99.
See?
Whoa.
Okay, that gets better.
That's
that
the
gets
big
a little
bucks
better.
there.
Now, Ricky Bottalico, broadcast television and radio broadcast star, rookie card.
Yeah, I think
that
value
means a
goes
little bit
down
more.
there, yeah.
So, I mean, you're looking at probably anywhere from $1 to maybe as much as $5.
Hey, if you want to go to Arizona for Super Bowl 57, there's one place to go right now to reserve your spot on a direct private charter flight. Go to phillysportstrips.com. That's phillysportstrips.com. Don in Charleston hung on with us here. Don, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Yo, what's up, boys? We're going to the Super Bowl.
Don, are you going or are you going to be watching in Charleston?
Yo, I'm watching in Charleston, but my best buddy Dan told me he had a ticket for me to the NFC Championship game if I got up there. My voice is still recovering. An absolute celebration from the snap. We had the game in the bag from the moment it started. This defense is fierce.
There you go. I love the fierceness of it, Don. I love that. I love your energy, man. If you run into Bobby Cremens, say hello for me, please. He's down, the mayor of Charleston. He basketball hoopsters, Bobby. He's there. A lot of college basketball. Doc Rivers likes Charleston. A lot of basketball coaches go through Charleston. Go and hang out there.
I remember years back, probably 5 to 10 years ago, Good Morning America did a piece where I think watchers voted on the best city in the country, and Charleston won.
It is a great
I've never been there.
It's a great spot to visit. Really, really nice. The only thing I would suggest is like most of South Carolina, they got the palmetto bugs.
Oh, yeah?
And that freaks me out every time. And even nice places have palmetto bugs because if they are lushly, if you've got if they have a lot of lush landscaping, that means they've got tons of those palmetto bugs, which are flying roaches.
Okay.
And they freak me the hell out.
No, I'm out on that.
They look like roaches, but they're not roaches. They're not attracted to filth and dirt. They're an outdoor bug, but they get inside. And a lot of times you will go to a place in South Carolina. Like I won't go to Hilton Head. My friends go on a golf trip, would go to a golf trip in Hilton Head. I went to Hilton Head once. Went in my place and turned on the light in the room after being out, and the palmetto bugs were rambling to go hide, like under the fridge.
Oh,
and I think
geez.
freaked me the hell out.
They
I
wouldn't
couldn't
hang
sleep.
with you.
I couldn't sleep. I slept outside.
You slept
I
outside
slept on
where
a
there's
folding
more bugs
But it's an outdoor
outside.
bug.
No, I slept on a folding chair,
I don't
like
think
one of
you
those
thought of
lounge
this.
chairs, and said, no, but I knew they'd be crawling all over me in my sleep. I couldn't do it.
But I don't think
But
you
you
thought
went
this through. It's an
outside.
outdoor
No.
bug.
I had a lantern, so that keeps them away.
Oh, put
Had
the lantern next to your bed.
But no, I
More
was not.
comfortable.
No. I'm thinking there's.
What's wrong with you?
I don't like roaches.
No, I don't like
And they're
bugs. Don't,
flying roaches.
yeah, they don't bother me so much. I don't like snakes. And
Yeah,
when
I'm
I
fine
was
with snakes.
I was in Phoenix one time, going for a run, walk, whatever, and I'm downtown, and there's a guy. He's got some pylons around the tree.
Okay.
And he's on a ladder, and he's got a thing, and he's like, "Oh, just stay back here." And I go, "You're not going after what I think you're going after, are you?" He goes, "Hold on a second," and he has one of those things that you squeeze,
Yes,
and he pulled down a rattler out of the
Okay, and you were
tree.
just like, get the hell out of here.
Golly. So for the rest of every time I went to Phoenix after that on my run walks, I never went near a tree again.
So we navigated. You had to navigate a lot of snakes in Georgia, like especially in your garage. There would be, but I learned which snakes to be afraid of. Which ones? You got a blue snake or a green snake. If it's dark blue, dark green, or black, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm not introducing myself
Yeah,
that much to learn what color its eyes are or whatever.
I could take
I'm good.
I could
I'm
take
out.
the snake with a broom handle and get it out of my garage. Not be a problem with it. Now you don't want something else though biting you. That wouldn't be good. Hey Pat, I teased it. I promised it. You think the Eagles are going to get good news today or tomorrow?
I do.
What good news do you think we could be expecting in the week leading up to the Super Bowl?
Think that D'Amico Ryans gets announced as head coach of the Houston Texans, which means that Jonathan Gannon will more than likely, barring something crazy, but he'll be more than likely coming back.
Well, I'm shocked, Pat, that John didn't talk more about this yesterday. Did you see Gannon's quotes after the game?
No.
Oh, you didn't see this?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, so they went up to him. They said, very well could be with all the success that you might not be here or whatever. I think it was Fox that had it on.
Okay.
I don't know if it was Jen Fred or not, but it was somebody on Fox. And he said, oh, no, I'm not going in. Philly's my place. I love it. I'm not going anywhere. I mean, he came right out and said it after the game.
Okay, now people have a million times not said that.
Sure.
But D'Amico Ryans told the Denver Broncos I'm out yesterday. And D'Amico Ryans told the one other team he was not interested in talking to.
Is it Arizona?
Arizona. So that means I think he's got a job. So that would make sense.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these coaches are looking, or a lot of these places with openings are looking for offensive minds. So Shane Steichen probably is still
in the mix.
But there's a pretty good chance that both these guys are back. At least one of them's back. Now you never know. I mean,
Schefter talked about it right with us. He told us last week he thought they could both be back.
Yeah. But
and now it looks like it very well could be happening.
And things can change. We all expected Frank Reich to be back in 2018, and it was looking pretty good until all of a sudden that weasel Josh McDaniels decided to go back to New England. So it created an opening. We don't know what Denver's going to do. Denver was supposed to be the team that was like, well, we don't want to wait. They're still sitting here holding the bag. So we don't know exactly what will happen, but you figure Denver's not probably going to want to wait the 2 weeks, I would think.
No,
but Denver's really the last team where I go, maybe.
Who wants Russell Wilson, though?
I mean, every coach is an ego, and every coach thinks he can fix them.
I think Sean Payton passed. I think Sean Payton got talked to by them and gave it a hard pass.
I wonder how much of it was Sean Payton passing, and wonder how much of it was the Saints' price for Sean Payton.
And that could be.
I mean, when you're Denver and you've given up that many draft picks for Russell Wilson, you don't have a lot of assets left to trade for Sean Payton.
Is Sean Payton a little bit overrated?
Yes.
I mean, I was shocked when I compared the numbers of he and Mike McCarthy, who had kind of the same paths of great quarterback, one of the all-time great quarterbacks, and what had they done? And their records were exactly the same. One Super Bowl, lots of failure in playoffs, great regular season records, but both of them were exactly the same. Where's the difference here?
Yeah, I don't consider Sean Payton in the same conversation with Mike McCarthy. I mean, not even in the same.
You're a statsman.
Not even in
the
the
words
same
say
zip
it
code.
all right there.
I mean, I would look at it as I still look at the Minneapolis Miracle, which I think gave the Eagles their Super Bowl title, helped to give their Eagles their Super Bowl title, was one of the most unlikely things I've ever seen in any game at any time. Sean Payton didn't make a mistake that cost him that game.
Well, Mike McCarthy lost a lot of playoff games on incredible plays also. I mean, can you blame him for that?
See, I don't remember those.
Well, how about the Dallas catch against Green Bay? I mean, I was just shocked how similar their records are, how much of a doofus we all think Mike McCarthy is, or the general public, and how revered Sean Payton is. And then you look at all their careers, and they totally mirror each other.
Like, I think it was 3 years in a row. There was the Minneapolis Miracle. There was the Rams game when the Saints got completely screwed. It was either in overtime or right before the end of thing where they didn't call the Rams for pass interference. One of the worst non-calls I've ever seen. And I look at the Rams. I believe Sean Payton in NFL circles is considered a much higher echelon than Mike McCarthy. I don't even think they are talked about in the same breath.
I think that he's more respected. I mean, while I think he's overrated, I got to give him credit because he was able to find Tony Romo. Now, granted, that's because he went to the same college as Tony Romo, so he got a tip. But he kind of pushed Dallas to sign him. He also found hidden gems like Jimmy Graham in the third round. And you can't forget about Marquise Colston, who I think was a seventh-round pick out of Hofstra. They don't even have a football team anymore. He was able to develop some guys and find hidden talent really well. So I got to give him credit for that, but I do think he's slightly overrated because people are acting like the greatest, like Bill Belichick incarnate is on the market.
Well, then you can also go to McCarthy by saying, and something that we talked about, and you getting this trivia question, Pat, was Aaron Rodgers never threw a touchdown pass to a first-round pick.
And that's what
except for, so you could say McCarthy brought up all those receivers and made them great also. It's really funny. And I'm not riding McCarthy's wave or hating on Sean Payton, but it's just amazing how similar their careers are.
Aaron Rodgers, though, part of the reason he wanted out of Green Bay before, and now is that mentality of that organization to not do certain things that they did under McCarthy, and now they're doing it again.
Well, and there's a slight difference with McCarthy. So McCarthy inherited Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
One. McCarthy had a chance to draft Aaron Rodgers, and he was a part of I think he was the offensive coordinator with San Francisco, and when they drafted Alex Smith, and he didn't. The other difference, too, is while Aaron Rodgers has only thrown one touchdown pass to a first-round pick, he's thrown a lot to second-round picks. Greg Jennings was a second-round pick. Jordy Nelson was a second-round pick. Who was the last one that went to the Raiders? Devontae Adams was a second-round pick, and Randall Cobb was drafted in the second round as well. So they didn't invest heavily in the first round for these guys, but they did in the second round quite a bit. They did surround them with talent. The defense rest.
They did. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this one. I'm gonna say this one for you here is that I don't believe either one of them is talked about in the same breath in NFL circles.
But why is it then that Dallas is so hesitant to fire McCarthy? It's obvious.
I think it's egg on. Well, first off, how do you fire a guy who's won 12 games 2 consecutive years?
It's the same thing with Chip Kelly. How do you fire a guy that won 10 games?
That's 10 and 6
2 seasons.
I don't
because it's not working. I
don't believe Dallas is not working.
Oh, I don't think they're working. Dak Prescott missed 5 games and he's throwing the most interceptions. It's not working there.
I would tell you that if you're in the final 8, it's hard to tell me that you're in the top 25% of the league, that it's not working.
I don't think it's working.
Well, I mean, I hope he stays forever.
You can fire coaches and assistant coaches all you want. As long as you have that ownership there, nothing's going to change.
Like he's going to Kellen Moore got immediately hired by the Chargers.
Well, so I mean, Rob Ryan at one point got immediately hired. Like that doesn't mean a damn thing to me.
I mean,
Kellen Moore is you want to talk about overrated?
Oh, I would tell you I don't think it is, but I would say the Dallas Cowboys not working. I'll give you 15, 16 franchises that are not working a lot more than they are.
Well, that doesn't mean that,
or a lot less.
That doesn't take away from the fact that I don't think Dallas is working. I mean, do you think they're ever going to win a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy?
No. I don't think Mike McCarthy. That's why I don't want him to leave.
But they don't move on from him.
That's why I don't want him to leave.
And I agree with you. But we all sit here and go, Mike McCarthy, village idiot.
Because I think they've seen far worse than Mike McCarthy.
That's no way to do business. Thank God we don't have Jerry Jones.
Why doesn't Jeff Lurie hire them? No, don't do that.
No,
Mr. Lurie, do not help him.
It all comes full circle because it goes back to how good of an owner Jeffrey Lurie is.
Now, Bob, you weren't talking about the fact is that either way, the Eagles were going to get one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL to go up against. But you saw something when Patrick Mahomes played Tampa a few years ago.
Yeah, do you guys remember that? Yeah.
That Super Bowl, which, by the way, sucked.
It was a sucky Super Bowl. You didn't see the Patrick Mahomes you thought you were going to see that you had seen all year. And why was that? Because his offensive line was hurt. They were down 2 guys on his offensive line, and Tampa Bay rendered Patrick Mahomes normal that day.
It was useless.
Well, guess what? This Eagles defensive line makes every offensive line in the league look bad.
They do.
I mean, they are the best defensive line pretty much that I've seen maybe since, Reggie White, Jerome Brown, all those guys. They just make other quarterbacks, other offensive lines look bad. And it's been brought up endlessly. If you watch Kansas City games, announcers will say often that the only time Patrick Mahomes really struggles is when his offensive line struggles. Well, the Eagles' defensive line makes offensive lines struggle.
Yes.
So if you're looking for, forget about the ankle, whatever, Patrick Mahomes is going to struggle. I'm making this bold prediction, John, against that Eagles defensive line come Super Bowl Sunday.
Okay, you're going to put that on a tweet? We're going to get it on there like
I have
the bold
to readjust
prediction?
it a little bit.
By the way, I had so many people from San Francisco that were waiting to pounce on the Eagles will have 17 points beyond what the 49ers give up in a game by halftime. It was 21. That's a bold prediction, and you know what, Bob? I think I'd be jumping on board with that one. I do believe that is something that we are going to see.
Yeah, we've talked about, we talked about San Francisco hasn't seen the defense the likes of the Eagles, and they haven't seen an offense the likes of the Eagles, all of that. Well, nobody has seen anything the likes of the Eagles this season because they are the best defensive line and the best offensive line in the league. So when you say, other teams haven't seen, you're absolutely right. Nobody has seen anything like this year. So, yeah, I'll figure out how I'm going to word it when we get closer to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But I think this defensive line is going to wreak havoc on Kansas City offensive line.
I agree, and I think the guy that's going to do it, and this is chalk at this point, but Hassan Reddick, this is the second time in a row he's going up against a guy that, quote, beat him out for the Defensive Player of the Year nomination.
That's a great angle.
I mean, look, these guys deserved it, but I'm to put them above what he's doing this year is ridiculous. And he proved it on Sunday, and I think he's going to go out there and prove it in 2 weeks.
I love that. I love that angle of that disrespected. When a player does it, it means something. And by the way, very rarely does a media disrespect mean anything. But players love that. Tom Brady, again, and I've seen it in Tom Brady's locker, that little laminated card that he would carry around, he would post up, and they would bring with him.
Oh, the Brady 6?
He wants to see all the people that got picked.
All 199 or just the 6 quarterbacks?
No, he has a card. He has a card of it.
I heard he had a T-shirt he would wear under his jersey.
Well, he has one this laminated card that he put, and it would travel with him.
I heard it was sewed in his underwear.
That would be very uncomfortable, I would think.
What?
That's what I heard. I didn't see the I wasn't at his locker, but that's what I think
that would be uncomfortable.
Yeah. What are you doing digging around somebody's locker, John?
No, you're standing there at a Tom Brady locker, and then that thing is hanging, even in a
wait, what?
That's a good one. Is hanging on the wall right there. And it's traveled with him, like he has to see it every day. Whatever motivated Tom Brady, sounds like a pretty good. It's probably good.
It's a good tool, huh, John?
Yeah, it probably works. I would say it works.
That you saw hanging
doing
there?
Things like them. So
yeah.
Hey, coming up, the great news for the Eagles potentially, but it's really what Howie needs to do with it. John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. With the Birds going to the big game, if you've already searched for airline tickets and hotels, you know it's almost impossible to find yourself anything. That's why we've been telling you to get online right now and go to phillysportstrips.com because they've got an awesome package. But you can also do a la carte. You want direct flights to Arizona on a private charter flight? They got them. They got incredible hotels, pregame tailgate parties, and so much more. Vince and his team are the ones you can trust. They're going to deliver you a top-notch experience to the big game you're going to remember forever. Go to phillysportstrips.com right now to save your spot. If you don't get on that plane, then that part's taken out of it. You just want to go to the parties you already know you've gotten there. You want to be with Philly Sports Trips. We've been with them to Arizona, Vegas, Tampa, now back to Arizona for the big game. It's going to be a trip of a lifetime. phillysportstrips.com. Be a part of it, but you got to hustle. Save your spot now.
The John Kincade Show.
You can't just tag no offense on the end of something horribly offensive and act like it's okay.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The Birds' Big Game Plan is brought to you by Stretch Zone. The big game plan for the big game. Go with what got you there. The Birds have arguably the best roster top to bottom, led by Jalenhurts. Top-end offensive line, offensive playmakers, quality players at all three levels of the defense. The pass rush stands out maybe above all else as the Birds piled up 70 sacks during the regular season, third most in NFL history. The Birds' Big Game Plan is presented by Stretch Zone. Book your free 30-minute stretch session today at stretchzone.com.
DallasStillSucks.com for details. All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.50.
This is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Yo, the hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. Gary Barbera's bigger, better, better. Durango. 16,666. Ho, ho, ho. Your radio's not broken. You heard me right. You can buy a Gary Barbera Durango from a crazy 16,666. Financing, don't worry. Instant credit. Come and get it.
Philadelphia's credit connection.
And oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
You tell him, Birds Coach Nick.
Boy, I guess.
The hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. High, wide, and handsome, big bed, bodacious Durango. 16,666. It was the star of the show. Buy it at Barbera from a crazy 16,666. Come and get it today.
Hey, this is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess. And oh, yeah. DallasStillSucks.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HOT.
So, the new year is here, and now is the time to take stock of your goals for 2023 and beyond. This time next year, you could be a graduate of CSB Media Arts Center and one step closer into your dream career in the broadcast media industry. Hi, I'm Jenna, a student at CSB. CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey is molding a new generation of professionals that are shaping the future of the broadcast media industry, and you could be next. CSB offers hands-on, learn-by-doing training in podcasting, audio and video production, radio, television, sports, and more in months, not years. CSB's training gives you the skills employers want, and it's designed to prepare you for life in the broadcast media industry. College isn't for everyone. Neither is student loan debt. There's no lecture halls here, just studios. This year, make the New Year's resolution to invest in yourself and your future. I did, and it was the best decision I ever made. CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey is approved for veterans training. Go CSB.com.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or 2. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/4. Chair offer valid in-store and online. Purell Limit 2, in-store only, while supplies last.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face. Streaming now only on Peacock.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/28/23. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment taxes and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
Got to tell you that with the big game finally here, it's been a big year for the Birds. It also was a big weekend for me on the Bet Park Sportsbook and Casino app. I cashed in this weekend. I have had a good year, but I had lulls. You know, it goes up and it goes down, and that's part of the fun of it. And just like a Birds season, you can then follow along the your local hoops teams. Whether it's pro or college, you've got the games right there in the palm of your hand. It's the real Philly sports fans' only place to go. Your Birds still favored as the Super Bowl matchup approaches. I would suggest getting it before it ever gets to 3, and I said that to you last weekend. The line got to 3, and then a lot of people backed off of it. If you like the Birds by a field goal or more, get in now on the Bet Parks app. And new users can get up to $750 in sportsbook bonus back if your first bet isn't a winner. Download the app and start playing instantly. You must be 21, and you got to be in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. You want to see betparks.com for full terms and conditions. I'm going to wait on the individual player performances until we get closer to the game. But you can even wager on things like the coin flip and how long the anthem's going to be. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Appreciate you being with us. Inside the Birds. Of course, with you tonight, right after the best show ever, from 6 to 8 p.m. with Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan, getting you ready for Super Bowl 57. You're less than 12 days and 12 hours away. How about that? You're 12 days and 10 hours away from kickoff.
Nice.
You feel any pressure about putting that thing together? I still have not made a decision on what I'm doing about if anyone's going to come over and watch.
Oh.
If anyone's going to be. I can't. I feel it's weird. It's because I'm a little like Pat in this regard. I don't think I have as many rules as Pat does on this as far as watching a game, but I just don't know that comfortable factor about it's going to be a day of high anxiety. It's going to be a big one.
I had something. I texted a friend yesterday and said, what should we do? And he's like, I was thinking of renting a hall and get a big screen TV there. We bring our own booze and have it catered. And I was like,
too many people.
Yeah,
I can't watch the game with the same level of energy.
There's no way in hell. There is no possible way in hell that Bob Cooney does not either get dragged or go to a party.
I'm saying you're going to be at a party.
I have a better shot of coming in here tomorrow 6'5" than 5'5" than Bob Cooney.
You and Donna are very social people. Your family's extremely
we have a lot
social,
of friends,
and you're very social.
I would say the more likelihood, Pat, maybe you're right on this, is that I host a party.
How many?
So would that be correct?
That's going to a party.
Same thing? Okay.
You're going to your house.
I think the group of people that we would do it with probably would be about maybe 10 to 15.
Like, I'd love to watch.
I feel like that's the way to go, Bobby, because you can.
10 to 15 is still high, though.
Well, but if you're hosting, you can figure out who you want to be there. You don't have to worry about...
No, you can handpick.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about Karen bringing her sister-in-law who I just want to see some funny commercials.
Well, the people that do that, and I don't have any friends that talk like that, but if the people that want to do that...
Really? You have none?
We can divide up floors. You can have the people that stay upstairs, and maybe the real interested people go downstairs. Whatever, we could figure that out.
I feel it's funny as this is the only thing, and we're heading out next week. We'll be in Arizona next week. We got so many things going on. It's the only thing right now that I'm having any kind of agita about. It's how do I want to watch this game?
It's a first world problem, John.
How do you want to watch it?
I have more stress about how I'm getting down to Center City when they win.
That feeling of the what you're going to be there.
Yeah, how am I getting down there, planning for it, meeting up with friends? Because I think they're the best team in football. So
no, I feel
pretty confident about
absolutely.
It.
You should feel.
But I mean, as far as like, I don't have this Bob Cooney lifestyle like all these friends that he's talking about. I don't really have that.
I don't
have to worry about getting invited to Super Bowl parties.
Like the one thing is that I just wouldn't want any gathering to be large. To be too large.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it would be the side conversations will do me in. Can't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't have it. I can't have it where I'm even hearing it. Like, I can't even, like, if somebody was having, like, did you hear about what happened to, I'd be, like, freaked out. Come on, no, not during the game.
Yeah, so.
Not during the game.
Our son Kyle, who lives down in Charlotte, as I've told you before, he texted me last night. He's like, what are we doing for the Super Bowl? And I was like, we? And he's like, I want to come home. I want to come home and watch it with you guys and, maybe go to the parade or whatever. So I said, well, the ultimate thing to do would have the family get back together like we did when the Eagles won the Super Bowl in 2018 and have the same people come over. And it was Donna's brother and his kids and all of my kids, and we could all watch it together again. But
at that time, you guys were undergoing a little pain.
My father-in-law had just died and on. It was really special to me, and I'm sure to Don also, to sit there and watch all the kids, cousins. They were in a bad shape then, but to watch the Eagles win that Super Bowl was really cool. I would love to reenact that, but logistics probably won't allow. So I have a feeling, Pat, I'm going to be hosting.
I think that's probably the safe bet.
Yeah, that is because then you pick the guest list.
You know who's coming. You know if they're there for the right reasons. I mean, any other Super Bowl, if the Eagles aren't in, I don't care.
Right.
No, well, that's different. Yeah,
but I need to focus on the game, and I get stressed out very easily during high pressure sporting events. So
yeah, I don't want to be distracted by that. By the way, there are a lot of people, and Bob and I were having a side conversation about it last night. The P word will not be used on this show. About a thing that you have when you invite a lot of people to come out in the streets and celebrate. Yeah, let's just say the party. The teams that are in the Super Bowl.
Wait a minute. Say that again, because I'm confused. The P word won't be used.
There is a P word about what you do when you win a championship, that you have an event on the streets.
Oh.
You don't. We're not using that word. We're not talking about it.
You can't say it.
But what I would say to you is that the day after the Super Bowl, both teams have to be there for the day after press event. So you're going to be there for that day after press event. Sort of like the exit interviews, they have all that kind of stuff. What?
I told Matt Pagano yesterday as we were leaving.
What?
See you in 2 weeks.
Well, that's fine, but the thing is, it's not. The team will not be back The team will not be back in Philadelphia probably until Monday night dinner time.
You think so?
Yes. But they have to be there. They're going to have to be there the day after because they're winning the Super Bowl.
Okay.
When they win the Super Bowl, you have to be there the morning after. You're there for the press conferences. So Sirianni and Jalenhurts and everybody would have to be there.
Why can't they just do it on Zoom?
They have to be there. So
Pat,
they don't even
be there.
They don't even get onto a airplane until probably earliest 10:30, 11 o'clock Arizona time. Which means they would then fly cross country.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be back here till
you could just
dinner time.
Do all that here.
Well, you can't do that.
Why?
You don't do that.
Why?
You have to stay. It's
make
required.
sense.
You got to stay.
You're the winner. You
so
can do
you
what
will
you
not
want.
be. So you're.
They should change
what I'm
those
telling you
rules,
is,
John.
you won't be. Players will not be getting back here at dinner time on Monday and having a party on the streets on Tuesday. They won't be doing that.
Party on the streets.
Yes, just think about it. So if you're thinking about what the plan would be, when the Eagles last had a party on the streets, it was scheduled for Wednesday.
It was the Mummers Parade.
Tentatively on Wednesday.
Oh, the Mummers Parade was a Sunday.
After the Eagles won the Super Bowl, stop distracting me on this one. After the Eagles won the Super Bowl, it was scheduled for Wednesday, and then they looked at the weather forecast, which was bad for Wednesday, and they shifted it to Thursday. So just think, my guess would be if you're thinking about those type of plans, Wednesday would be probably the target or Thursday.
I'm just going to wait to see what the city says.
So it will not be Tuesday. For the party.
You don't think it'll be Tuesday.
They're not getting
we do not have official word.
They're not getting.
I don't want. I know. I'm just saying. I don't want people to go.
No, it's not official word.
It's not going to be on Tuesday.
Yes.
We don't know.
Well, don't even the party. Yes.
Yeah.
They're. I could assure you that they're not going to say, "Hey, you get back here." By the way, you get back tomorrow morning. Be ready at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. to be downtown. You got to go for a big pee.
The best way to avoid a hangover, John, is to stay drunk. Okay.
Hey.
So.
Now through January 31st, lease a 2023 BMW 5X Drive 40i for just $899 a month for 36 months with $8,579 due at signing. For details, visit bmwcenters.com. The Eagles got some good news about the 2023 season. The salary cap is going up exponentially for next year. The Eagles will be getting an increase of $16.6 million over this year's cap that they've got to work with. They will have the 10th pick in the draft and either the 30th or the 31st pick in the first round. There will be no 32nd pick in the first round this year because the Miami Dolphins had to forfeit their first round pick. So the Eagles are going to have 10 and then 30 or 31, depending on how the Super Bowl turns out. We're expecting it to be 31. But with an extra $16.6 million to work with, they got a lot of tough decisions to make. The Jalen extension then maybe gets a little easier for wiggle room, but they got a lot of decisions to make about who will come back and everything. An extra $16.5 million certainly should help.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. It certainly doesn't hurt. But it's funny. It's like what we talked about earlier, two things. One, about how good Howie is. And how we talked about days ago that I think I'm in the majority here, John, when I say that I don't ever worry about money when it comes to Howie. Never, ever, ever. It's like having that parent that you'd never know where you're getting your goodies from if you were fortunate enough as a kid to get some neat stuff. You never knew exactly where it was coming from, but it just kept coming. And you didn't ask questions. Howie just has a way about him with money. And, Pat, am I wrong? Am I in the majority here or minority about feeling that way?
I honestly think that if Howie wanted to, he could extend everybody and be fine. I mean, I do, because I've seen him just wiggle around. Oh, we're $60 million over the cap. Next thing you know, he found $20 million in cap space somehow by reworking contracts. Yeah,
he is amazing.
He's a wizard with it.
He is a wizard with it. There's a lot of the thing is, though, we've seen him do a lot of wizardry with the cap when he's had quarterbacks on rookie deals.
Well, that makes. I mean, would you keep him on a rookie deal?
No,
there's nothing that says you have to extend him right now.
They're going to the Super Bowl. I would think there is zero chance, not 1%, zero chance that Jalen Hurts is going into next year playing on his rookie contract, playing on the fourth year. Now, could he have an extension that's added on to the fourth year where it gives them some wiggle room? They give him some upfront cash.
Right.
He plays under the fourth year, and then they tack 4 years on from there. Absolutely.
Well, wouldn't anything be called an extension?
It will be an extension.
Right.
But there's sometimes where they sort of rip up the fourth year, and I just think it'll be, here's some cash up front. But they'll try to keep it where...
That would be the business move to be made.
Yes.
And Howie's good at making them business moves.
But extend him now. Extend him this offseason. And everything's going to go up. Howie is a genius when it comes to this stuff.
He is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
It really is.
I just do not worry at all about his ability to maneuver cap space. If he wants these guys, he thinks it's worth it to extend them, he'll find the cap space. He'll rework a couple contracts and get the money.
Now, we ripped Doc Rivers, and just I understood what he meant when he said it was a schedule loss, because sometimes schedules don't work out well, and earlier this year he got crushed for it. But in Cooney's Corner, Bob says, well, last night the Sixers were primed for one.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
And believe me, I roll my eyes just like a lot of people probably are right now when I say I just kind of anticipated that last night. And to the point of I was going to text you and say, bet Orlando, but I would never... I don't know. I
didn't bet anything last night, so I'm glad I didn't. I would have bet the Sixers.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I didn't.
I made this subject up last night, and you guys can verify this, before the Sixers game started.
Yes, you did.
Where I said I just don't like tonight's game. Now, you had the Nets come in last week. Huge game as far as mental and physical with Ben Simmons coming back. They passed that test. Then you come back on a Saturday afternoon. You have Jokic coming in, national TV. Embiid wants to prove that he's MVP of the league. You do that. Great comeback from 15 down. And then you yawn. Here come the Orlando Magic. Young team, not very good. And you just get caught with your pants down. And you can even tell a team, even a veteran team, and the Sixers have a lot of veterans, you can even tell them, look, guys, this is a catch game. Don't let it happen. It just happens.
It still happens.
They get out to a 21-point lead, and then you just see the air fizzle out of the team. And I don't like it. I will never like it. Great teams don't let it happen often. This isn't a great team yet. They're a very good team this year. But this isn't a great organization to the point of they don't let things like this happen yet. You become the San Antonio Spurs because you don't let games like last night happen. Miami Heat with LeBron, Boston Celtics, whatever it may be. Sixers are on the verge of getting there, and I think they're a really good team, and I think they have a very good shot at getting to the NBA Finals. But last night was just one of those I expected NBA games. So my point being,
you have a very good feel for these things. I mean, you've been around it forever.
Yeah,
you have a really good feel.
Yeah, and last night it just felt right into the way I thought it was going to go. And okay, you write it off. You get to face this team again. Don't let it happen again, obviously. But if you're a fan out there that's ticked off about last night, I understand. But to me, it's a write-off. It's a write-off. I hated watching it. I hated watching them lose a 21-point lead, and Embiid was careless with the basketball and all those things. But, yeah, more so than when Doc Rivers said it before. To me, last night was a write-off loss.
I just don't ride the roller coaster of regular seasons. And to me, I refuse to do like with baseball. People lose 3 games, and then it's like, oh, my gosh, it's over. And then when they win 7 of 8, they're like, oh, we're going to the World Series. I don't do the riding of the roller coaster. The Sixers won 7 of their last 8. That's the way I look at it. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That sucked, but last night.
Yeah.
And they were winning so easily, and then it just sort of,
they just fizzled. And, Pat, I'm going to say this. I don't know if you've ever heard it before. Maybe we can get a T-shirt or something. I'm not that guy that gives up on wins and losses, that says, oh, the game doesn't matter, even in an 82-game season. Last night is as close as I'll come to it. Write it off. No big deal.
Just write it off.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, you got to do that.
The thing that sucks is the Celtics have lost a couple of games late. It could have pulled you within 1.5 or whatever it may be. That would have been nice, but...
Well, I think Jinx Boy was the one who was to blame.
Who's Jinx Boy?
Our own Connor Thomas.
Wow, what did he say? I missed this. What did he say? What did they got?
Connor he's still young. He's a pup.
Young and naive.
He still has to tweet every single thing that comes into his mind. Peanut butter. It's delicious.
Well, it is, and I agree with him on that.
I like peanut butter.
Potato chips. I'm hankering for them. I mean, you never know what Connor is going to be tweeting. Last night when it was a blowout in the second quarter, Connor's tweeting out, "This is not a fair fight between the Sixers and the Magic."
Oh, Connor.
And then he says, "But they're still keeping it closer than the Niners did." And then within an hour, he's like, "Don't you dare do this, Sixers." Then he's like, "That's about as embarrassing of a fourth quarter as the Sixers will play all season. They better turn it on in the fourth."
I think it was the whiskey talking. We know Connor likes to sit down and have a little whiskey at night. Maybe last night, instead of just the one glass, he dabbled in 2 or 3.
Connor, like, tuna fish. Gotta have it on a Wednesday. Like, you see these random, a random thought comes into his mind and he has to share it.
I would hit retweet on that. I agree with him.
I mean, he's just got to share it.
Tuna on a Wednesday?
Shush. During games. During games, when the Sixers are winning, when the Eagles are winning, when the Phillies are winning. Don't. Just. Great performance. It's fun to see Embiid playing like this.
I'm not going to tell him how to handle his Twitter account. If you don't like it, you can mute him.
I don't want to mute him.
Then, look, if you don't like what you see, you don't follow him. You work with him. You see him every day.
I don't want to mute him. I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
But you're not teaching a Twitter class right now. I know you teach a class. And
I do.
You got what, today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Class number 3. But
by the way, they get class 4 off.
Wow.
Because we'll be at the Super Bowl.
That's big.
So they all have a Super Bowl project to do.
Will they figure out the Super Bowl project?
Should we I wonder, can you use students' material on air that they if they produce good stuff?
I think if you give them credit, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you give them credit for it,
maybe we do that.
If they come up with a reason why Sixers seem to play down to opponents.
Well, no, I want that one. I'm just talking about they're all going to have a Super Bowl project to do.
Do you know what? I've
already got it. Yeah, I've already got it all together. They've got to do.
Want to say it?
No, they'll learn it tomorrow night, but I'll share it with you after that, and then we can use some of it.
I'm interested to see what this Super Bowl project is.
Maybe if they're any good, we can use some of it on the air. You love the mindset of the Eagles, Pat. You keep celebrating, and there's so many things to celebrate about this team, but the mindset. What's it about it that's intriguing?
So Devontae Smith was quoted after the game saying, "Yeah, you guys can hang around here. I'm going home." Love that.
Oh yeah,
he's like, they're planning on going out and partying. Some of his teammates, and they called him over, and he's like, "You guys can do that. We got one more game. I'm going home."
It's that Jalen,
that mindset of we haven't won anything yet, and we saw a rare human side of Jalen Hurts when they won. He was smiling. He seemed to show a little bit more personality. He wasn't talking in fortune cookies, and it was nice to see. But I also like the mindset of these guys where it's like, yeah, this is cool, and we worked really hard for this, and we're going to enjoy this couple minutes, but I'm not going to dwell on it too much. I'm going to go home, and I'm going to prepare to come in tomorrow and watch the tape. And that's why I'm very confident that this team is going to end up winning the Super Bowl, because this isn't it. The 2004 team getting over the hump and getting into the Super Bowl was so big for that team. They'd fell short 3 straight times. Yeah. This team, that hasn't happened yet. So while they're excited about it, the mindset of, no, we have more work to do. I love that.
Do you think it's the leaders of the team and so many of them being either past Super Bowl champions or guys who have been from top-notch programs?
I think it's that.
That just look, Jalen and Devontae, for that matter, Dickerson, they were told you don't celebrate till it involves the big trophy.
I think it's that.
Yeah, and you think about all the Super Bowl hype. Okay, they're going to get out there. Thriday? I think they go out to Phoenix, maybe Friday or Saturday.
I think it's Sunday. Sunday. I think this is when they go out. I believe.
Yeah, I heard it last night. I thought they said Friday.
Well,
whatever.
That's good for them.
You're going to be surrounded by it. But I was thinking of this last night. Playing in a national championship, it's the same thing. Because, you have all the buildup of hype leading into that game. So, John, you make a good point. I think that having gone through it, the Devontae Smiths, the Jalen Hurts and all, Landon Dickerson, I think they kind of know what's coming. And they're prepared for it. And they know, ultimately, you go onto a football field and you play a football game. And nothing else can matter. And, Pat, I couldn't agree with you more, and I love the mentality of this team also, that Look, the mountain hasn't been climbed yet. You still got more steps to go, and you can only do those steps one at a time. So I love where their heads are at.
They really do, and I love the one more. One more.
Yeah.
Jalen wouldn't let it die. No, we got one more. We're not gonna act like we've accomplished something yet.
I think when you see, and I'm going to assume that Jalen was kind of in lockstep with Devontae Smith on this, but I think when you see a wide receiver like Devontae Smith, a key part of the offense, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not partying.
I'm good.
I'm going home. I'm going to be with my family. I'm going to rewatch the game that night."
What would you have done? You're on that team.
I mean, I'm not a partier. So
yeah, you're not. You're not. You probably would have went out.
Yeah, it's better to ask like a Connor.
Bob, what would you have done?
If I was on the Eagles and won on Sunday, nothing over the top.
Yeah.
I mean, go. Maybe a couple of the guys get together. I wouldn't mind hanging out with my teammates.
Going to dinner, maybe, or
strippers and cocaine.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's
no.
Yeah.
No, Pat.
Not on a Sunday?
That wouldn't go well.
Is there a new movie out called Cocaine Bear?
Cocaine Bear,
yeah. You didn't see that during
based on a true story.
What's the true story?
No, dead serious. This is a true story. A bear got into a whole mess of cocaine and was coked up, and they had to shoot him up with tranquilizers, and then they decided to make a movie about it.
Okay, well, the whole
but it is a true story.
One of the things that's weird is that, as I said, and I saw quite a few people talking about it on social media going, "Thanks for putting those commercials on during the football games."
Yeah.
Why?
Because like the kids watching it going, "What's Cocaine Bear?"
Well, it's a bear. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. That's good. Hey, coming up, all of the offseason moves for the Eagles did this, but maybe they did this. What is it? We'll talk about it next. The final hour of the John Kincade Show. This Tuesday morning has flown by here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And with Valentine's Day right around the corner, 2 weeks from today, you got to be ready for Valentine's Day. And I know you're going to be distracted over the next 12 days as we get ready for the big game. Steven Singer announced his beautiful, brand new 24-karat gold dip rose, periwinkle, which is a brilliant shade of violet and blue. It's gorgeous, and it's a real long-stem American beauty rose, deep dipped and trimmed in pure 24-karat gold. You're going to love it. She's going to love it. And she can create her own little collection. His roses start at just $59. There's fast and free shipping. And the new rose color always sells out fast. So I want you to do it today. Get your Steven Singer 24-karat gold-dipped periwinkle rose. You're going to love it. Don't wait a moment longer. You get fast and free shipping, so it's there in time for Valentine's Day. You're going to be distracted by the big game. So take care of Valentine's Day now with our friend Steven Singer. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com.
The John Kincade Show. Wow, getting drunk in the morning on 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. The Birds are heading to the big game. And the John Kincade Show will be live from Glendale, Arizona next week, bringing you everything Birds as the journey toward another Lombardi Trophy continues. All of our big game coverage from Arizona is presented by Rally House. Get to Rally House to get all your Eagles gear for the big game. Rally House. It's your city. It's your house.
Also brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Proud to be endorsed by jalenhurts.
Hey, it's Cuz. So your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, right? Well, you can do that the right way. Get healthy with NJ Diet. NJ Diet's scientific approach will ensure that you lose that fat quickly and safely. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva samples along with their bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that balances your hormones, where the side effect is, you got it, weight loss. You're going to shed a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to help you keep it off. NJ Diet, all natural. No shots, no hormones, no surgery, no prepackaged foods. Ew. Full supervision provided every step of the way. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, Newark, Delaware, or from home with live online video consultations. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, and that's guaranteed. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. Schedule your consult today. NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com, and lose the weight for good.
It's exciting, it's fun, it's action-packed. It's Parx Casino and the Philadelphia 76ers together, bringing you what you love most, winning. Parx Casino is the proud official local casino partner of the 76ers. Need a great place to watch the games? Come to Parx and enjoy game day in our Liberty Bell Gastropub or awesome beer garden. With over 3,200 slot machines, live tables, bars, dining, and the best live entertainment, Parx Casino is the place to be. It's time to visit Parx Casino. This is 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parmalee in concert.
I love you just the way God made you, girl. He don't make mistakes.
Take My Name tour.
Take my days, baby, take
Friday,
my
April 21st. The Excite Center at Parx Casino. Parmalee. Tickets on sale now at parxcasino.com.
Feels like Carolina.
Don't miss Parmalee. Pick up the new single, Girl in Mine, out now. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, folks, it's the new year, and that means it's time for all of us to take stock of our goals for 2023 and beyond. And this time next year, guess what? Well, you could be a graduate of CSB Media Arts Center and one step closer into your dream career in the broadcast media industry. Hey, it's Connor Thomas, and I'm a very proud CSB graduate, and CSB is molding a new generation of professionals that are shaping the future of the broadcast media industry. Do you do what I do? Well, you could be next. CSB offers hands-on, learn-by-doing training, podcasting, audio and video production, radio, television, sports, and more. And it's in months, not years. CSB's training, well, it gave me the skills that helped me land right here at the Fanatic. And they can do the absolute same for you. Listen, college isn't for everyone, and certainly neither is student loan debt. There's no lecture halls here, just studios. So this year, make the New Year's resolution that I did back in 2019. Invest in yourself and your future. It was the best decision I ever made. Schedule your tour at GoCSB.com. CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. CSB Media Arts Center is approved for veterans training. GoCSB.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 100 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This week at Macy's, get great Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like sparkling finds from our fine jewelry collections, now 35 to 70% off. And shop specials, like 60 to 65% off fine jewelry from Effie, 70% off gold jewelry, and 50 to 70% off lab-grown diamonds. Plus, get 35% off engagement rings from our just-launched brand, Alethea. And bring your gifts home with free curbside pickup or pickup in-store today at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/28/23. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment taxes and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
I will tell you that in rural counties in America, you've got lower incidences of cancer with incredibly high cancer death rates. It's crazy. Sometimes, too, in our different served communities, you're going to see less people with cancer, but a lot more people dying. Mortality rates are terrible. That's why the American Association for Cancer Research wants you to know that they're trying to create lasting treatments with amazing doctors and researchers that have helped me be cancer-free for 24 years. But not everybody has the same great access to care that I had. And what they're trying to do is change the numbers for every single community in the country. How can you help? The AACR is the official charity of the John Kincade Show. And right now, they need your help to continue their life-saving research. If you go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR, you can help us defeat cancer now. I know that they do amazing, amazing work. Help the research continue. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
9 o'clock hour, the John Kincade Show is brought to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to bagster.com.
So this Cocaine Bear movie's still on my mind. If you're doing a story about something that happened, don't you have to interview that subject?
They interviewed the bear. He's in rehab.
Yes.
I don't know. It's crazy.
You're still trying to figure it out.
It was a news story.
How do you get a whole movie out of it, though?
It was a news story. You gotta see the movie, I guess.
You saw a movie last night.
Oh, so bad.
It's like Cat in a Pet Store. Like Cat in a Pet Store. Cat get loose in the pet store, and we're going to make a movie out of it.
They've made worse movies.
They have. And they keep remaking movies.
For all we know, it's a really good movie.
Could be.
They took a news story and made it something.
What did you see that sucked?
80 for Brady.
Was it? It looks terrible.
Oh, it's so bad. Yeah.
It was who? Lily Tomlin?
It's like Lily Tomlin, Sally Fields, Jane Fonda. Amazingly, they picked the one Super Bowl. Like, they didn't pick the Eagles Super Bowl.
Okay.
So they didn't pick the one that Brady lost.
Well, of course
I was kind of looking forward to that. I thought, okay, well, what happens in the sequel? Because what they did was they picked the Super Bowl where he beat the Falcons.
This is based on a real story, too? The story was based on a real story.
I didn't know this. Apparently, there's like 4 old geezers that really like Tom Brady. And,
be nice.
Well, they are. I mean, they're 75 plus, 80 years old, and they traveled down to the Super Bowl to watch Tom Brady, and he produced it, and it's atrocious.
No, but like these ladies got into the locker room and stuff and got to meet them.
I don't know about that. I mean, so my word to the marketing person at the end, because we always have to give our thoughts. I said people that like football will absolutely hate it because it's absurd. People in Atlanta will not see it because it'll bring back PTSD. So you negated a major city. But it's not for football fans. It's for the 55-year-old woman to go to see it with her best friend.
Oh, okay.
Because you're watching it as a guy who like even knows football, even knows a little bit of football. You're going, this is absurdly bad.
It's dumb.
Yeah, I'd rather do the bear on cocaine than that one.
I'll see the bear on cocaine.
I'll skip that one. I'm going to skip those both.
How does he know how to snort it, or you think he just ate it?
Probably ate it.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't think he's snorting it. I think he's eating it.
You see a bear with a straw out in the woods.
Yeah, right.
The bear.
Where'd he get it from?
So I think
all these questions.
If my memory serves me correct on the initial story, I think what happened was it was the drug cartel. They dropped it from a plane in the woods, and the bear got into it.
And why wouldn't it kill the bear?
Or they hit it.
The cartel's going to kill the bear.
They hit it away. I mean, the bears are pretty big. This bear was huge.
Yeah,
it had a good tolerance built up. So it got a little wild.
But
now it's in recovery and it's flourishing. He's doing great.
Okay, I want you to do a favor for me, Bob.
Okay.
I'm taking off my headsets, which, by the way, you see where my cord is, because David is obsessed with this in my DMs. Sends me a DM around once a week, watching on YouTube. So I'm going to ask that. Would you tell me what it says on the side of my headset? On the side of the headset, what letter is on there? Is it an L or an R? Left? Right.
L. Yeah. He has it on the right ears. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I get this DM now. It's like the third time. Why are you wearing your headsets on the wrong side and crossing them across your body? And I said, because he says, it looks like it's strangling you across your neck. I said, that's the left ear it's supposed to be in. Now, I will be dumb, and Pat will correct this and educate me.
Okay.
I have no idea why I'm supposed to wear it when I see left and right, but I tend to be a rule follower, so I put it on my left ear. It annoys the hell out of me. He goes, you're constantly adjusting that wire, and it looks like it's strangling you. You're wearing it on the wrong side. I'm not wearing it on the wrong side. I'm wearing it on the right side because this says left.
I have the same problem.
What is it, though, if I did this?
Would it be that much different?
Does it matter?
But
it doesn't sound any
I'm
different
with you.
to me.
My cord is on my left side, and it comes across my body.
So do you wear it? Do you wear it on? But you follow the rules too.
I can't do time.
It's like the mattress tags. It's like, look, I explained it to him, and he goes, you look very uncomfortable with that wire, and he goes, and you don't even realize it. You maneuver it once or twice a segment.
What's the name of this?
Daniel.
Who?
Dan. I'm guessing Daniel.
I think Dan has a little OCD, maybe.
No, he's saying he sees me and it distracts him.
Why don't
exactly?
Why don't you
as
try
he's watching
for the rest of the hour? Why don't you try flipping it and see if you
I did. I'm going to flip it. I swear to you, right now, I don't know any difference. Coach, you're supposed to be a DJ, an aficionado of this stuff.
DJ Mr. E.
Why does it say left and right?
Always Big P.
When it sounds exactly the same to me right now.
Big Possum.
The headphones that you have on, if you were to turn them around.
Okay, and I did. I'm wearing them in the opposite ear now.
Yep, they should be angled in a certain way to fit anybody's head.
Yes.
So the ear pieces are angled. If you turn them around, so the left is the right and right is the left, it should feel like it's not covering your ear properly.
It's really weird.
It does feel weird when I flip it.
Yes,
oh, you do?
I know when it's on the wrong ears.
Although I need new headphones because mine.
I need new ears.
If you see, the left one, it's.
Would you like me to bring you a set of headphones?
You just broke it.
It's hanging.
Pat, would you like me to bring you a set of headphones?
It matches your glasses.
But I've got some. I honestly have like 4 or 5 new pairs in a bin that I got once given to me as part of an endorsement, so I could bring you a pair. I brought Anthony a pair.
I might consider it. I'm good with these for now until they break. I'm one of those guys that will just kind of
till it breaks.
Wear it till it breaks. But this has been this way so long. I mean, it's like my glasses.
I was going to say you wear it after it breaks. Also,
it has been this way since. Do you remember the Eagles Tennessee game, the 4th and 20, where they let it up and they ended up losing that game? With Carson Wentz was the quarterback.
Oh yes.
Yeah, this was years ago. I chucked my headphones.
Did you really?
I'm not the first guy in the studio to chuck his headphones, but chucked my headphones. Didn't hit anybody. They broke, and I've been fixing them ever since.
Hey, this is the year you go invest in yourself and your future at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. It's broadcast media training in months, not years. Schedule your tour today. Visit GoCSB.com. Connor Thomas, Devon Givens, Tom Alvord. Anyone else in this building? Because we have found some absolute studs out of CSB. Great. Check out CSB Media.
They weren't studs before they went in, but they came out.
They came out. They trained them, and they did it, and they got it all together there.
Coach knows stuff.
All right, Coach. What do you know now?
So you just made a comment regarding the mattress tags, or it's the same thing with pillows. The tags on the pillows. The tags. The mattress manufacturers are not legally allowed to remove the tags. The consumer is.
So we can, the minute we get it home, take it right off.
It says it on the tag there that the manufacturer, for whatever reason, I don't know if it says exactly why, there's an inspection sticker on there as well to let them know that the mattress or the pillow was inspected properly, whatever that means. So if you're a consumer and you want to take that mattress,
you can take it off.
Pillowcase tag off, or pillow tag, do it.
Oh, I remember being a little kid and sneakily doing it and thinking I was going to get,
arrested.
I thought the cops were going to come. So it made for many sleepless nights. I just ripped that thing off. I put it in my pocket, and I was like, oh, my God, they're going to find out, aren't they? And I was
there you
scared.
go. Dan Fritz must also be a CSB, Media Arts Center.
Oh, there you go.
That's what it is. Another stud in this place. Man, I'm telling you, CSB cranked them out.
It's our Lehigh Valley.
It is. They cranked them out.
Good point, Pat.
So, by the way, Tina wants the same thing. Tina loves Pat Egan.
But?
No, she wants the same thing you do. She wants to know what my Super Bowl project is going to be for my class.
Yeah, I'm very
She
interested.
wants to know. I'll tell you tomorrow. Because I'm telling them
That's
tomorrow.
A tease.
So I'll tell you tomorrow.
The
I'll tell you what
24-hour
it'll
tease
be.
right there.
And she said, I would love to hear some of your students' work. She thinks that would be good. I don't know if it would be good.
I think I think a lot of it will be good.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, if it's going to be tough, we'll talk about it.
I think kids today, especially in college, are way smarter in the industry and stuff than like I was,
Pat,
10, 15 years ago.
Pat, when I tell you, you coming out compared to our generation coming out, it's ridiculous. These kids are so much more prepared.
These kids.
I would tell you, they are.
I mean, they are. They have the tools. They
I
have
would tell you,
the access.
I gave a first assignment. I gave a first graded assignment. And you do something in class and you get graded 1 to 5 on the quality of the work that you did. And everyone got a 4 or a 5.
Okay.
And I didn't go into it. And I went into it saying, I'm going to be hypercritical in the beginning, and then hopefully they learn from that. And then every kid got a 4 or 5.
I feel like my show today has been a 3.
Around a 3, but it was all right.
I'm going to try in the last hour to get it to a 4.
Well, I think it could get that way. And if you keep showing up, you get to drop some of your bad days. So that's part of it, too. That's part of the grading. That's part of the grading process.
The best by far was I think I've told you guys the story. I had a Spanish pop quiz. I raised my hand and said, hey, do you drop the lowest grade? She said, yep. And I handed it back and said, all right. I'll see you.
No.
Well, I wasn't going to sit there.
No,
I didn't speak Spanish, John. I wasn't going to sit there for 25 minutes trying to figure out como se.
No habla español?
No.
And I did not even take Spanish, and I can rattle that off.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but my daughter and wife are both fluent. And whenever I walk into a room or I go to the next room, and they start and they start talking in Spanish, I know they're talking about me.
Absolutely they are.
Because there's no reason why they wouldn't be. They're saying something that they don't want me to hear, and then I'm hearing them.
And use the translate on your phone, and then you can really get them where you want them.
Or
John.
Frank Costanza. I could bring Frank Costanza in.
Why?
To eavesdrop. Don't you remember that one on Seinfeld?
I don't. I started rewatching it though.
Elaine would go to the nail salon, and the Asian women in the nail salon would all start talking,
speaking like Mandarin,
and they would speak. I believe it was Vietnamese or Korean or whatever.
Says Korean.
Yeah. And Elaine was wondering what they were saying because they were being very friendly and smiley, and they were like, "Oh, the princess wants her nails done. Oh, the princess is here. Drop everything. She needs her nails done. We're here to serve her." So she brought Frank Costanza, and Frank interpreted it for her. And
he spoke Korean?
Yes.
That's right, because he was in the war.
And the Korean War. And then the love of his life that he left in Korea was actually working at the same nail salon. Was the punchline.
Okay.
So it was one. I hope I didn't ruin that one for you. So
I think the statute of limitations has been long up.
Don't ruin anything for Breaking Bad, by the way, for some people. Of all the offseason moves, all the offseason's moves changed the roster, the talent on the Eagles roster. But I wonder if it changed the energy and the culture more. I take you back a year ago. 1 year ago, after the Eagles had lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the playoffs. None of us were thinking that the Eagles were going to take such a monumental jump. I don't remember any of us being just effusive in our praise of the energy and the culture coming out of the Eagles. So was Jalen's ascension this year the first domino that knocked all the other ones down? Was it going out and getting a A.J. Brown and a Bradbury on the free agent market that went out there that spurred this team on? What was it? Because a year ago, and I can even go back with some of our show stuff, we were not this confident that this next year, none of us were talking about right last January. Now, we hadn't seen free agency. We hadn't seen the draft. We hadn't seen any of that. But none of us were talking about, they're ready to make a jump towards a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so the question has to be, does talent beget
culture, energy,
or does culture, energy beget wins?
I have an answer, but I want to hear yours.
Yeah, I think it's easier to have a good attitude when you're winning, believe it or not. A good attitude, does that lend to winning more than talent? I don't think so. As much as I'd love to say, I'll put it this way. I think the talent is what wins you mostly, as it's pretty obvious. I think having the right kind of attitude is a very, very good side effect to have. Look, not all great teams have great attitudes. You know, a lot of really good teams flat out didn't like each other. You know, we could go through the history and talk of that. Or maybe they weren't, you know, the most disciplined. This team has the talent, and I think one of the very big sidebars of this team is how much they like each other, is their culture, all of that.
Were we talking about how much the Eagles liked each other last January, though? Because I don't believe we were.
They didn't like each other then, John. That was the thing. See, then they made this Christmas album, and everybody fell in love.
I mean, I don't think we were talking about them in that way.
I don't think it was a situation where we thought they didn't like each other. It just wasn't on the forefront of our brain, really. It was, okay, they're a nice team, and they made the playoffs, and we didn't expect that, and they got hammered. We all expected that. Like, I don't think the cohesive unit and the chemistry was even really considered.
Well, think of it.
They were in a tempest at the point.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a team that started 2-5. They go to the run game. You basically take the ball, for better words, take the ball out of the quarterback's hands to win games.
And then use his legs.
If you're a television crew, are you going in there and showing that Jalen Hurts is giving the, all for one for all speech after a game? No, because people would look at it and say, get out of here. The guy's a mediocre quarterback. I'm supposed to listen to him telling the guys, like, here we go. So that's one thing. Hurts could have been as much as a leader last year as he is this year. It's just that he wasn't as good a football player, and this team wasn't as good a football team. When you say things to a great team, people listen. When you say things to a 500 team, people don't care.
I always believe it's a talent, Pat. Because I think if you're winning, you just tend to have a better attitude.
Winning cures all. There's no finger pointing when it comes to winning. You know, you win as a team, you lose as a team. We saw it with the Bengals. The Bengals are coming off the field. I don't know what player it was, but there's a video of him going off on, damn, this is my last year and I'm not coming back. He was finger pointing. Winning is everybody's happy. Everybody likes it. Nobody's in a bad mood when you win. So I think that had a lot to do with it. But I do think the leadership change was big. Last year was a changing of the guard. And this year, you really saw Jalen Hurts take that next step. You start to believe in him, not only as a fan, but I think the players started to really buy into him too. And when you see the work ethic that he has, that's contagious. But then when you see the results, you start to buy in.
Look, this is the ultimate season in so many ways. One, and the biggest one, being that you're going to the Super Bowl, that you went 14-1 with your quarterback, that you have
really
one of the
16-1.
Oh yeah,
you look at it, it's really
that you have one of the best offenses and defenses. Let me say, it is very, very rare that you go through a full season with the attitude that this team had. I don't know if it'll ever happen again. It's very, very rare, never happened before, that you have 4 guys with 11 or more sacks. It's very, very rare that, we could do that on so many levels. So another reason you need to appreciate this season, because it might be 4 games in next year before, I don't know, a wide receiver starts complaining he's not getting the ball enough. Or a coach says something wrong in a press conference that tees off the team.
Somebody wanted to get paid this offseason.
Yeah.
That comes in grumpy.
That's how you have to define that this season is so rare. It's so far, it's been about as perfect as you can get.
The one thing I'm surprised at, and one of our listeners chiming in from earlier. Let me get the name here. Eric says,
"What's up,
why is Nick Sirianni not getting the national attention yet?" He said, "That's one story I'm not going to get tired of." He said, "We know a lot about Nick Sirianni from what he said at press conferences, but he says I truly don't know a lot about his upbringing, his family." Those stories, he says, I would imagine that people are struggling to find that story. He loves Nick Sirianni.
There's a really good piece by Matt Breen in the Inquirer about Nick Sirianni's career as like an indoor football player.
Yeah, I saw that.
As an indoor football player?
So he played 1 year of indoor football, and it wasn't Arena League.
What's that?
It was a podunk 2-bit. I mean, to call these guys professionals was being kind. I think they got paid $200 per week, $300 if they won, and the owner would actively root against them so he didn't have to pay them the winning bonus. And Sirianni played 1 year, and the Breen interviewed a couple of his teammates and stuff, and the conditions and whatnot. And it was an interesting look into the guy that's on the sidelines now.
Could you imagine And one of my friends brought it up to me the other day. He said, what would it be like to play golf with Nick Sirianni? He says, I bet you he's hyper competitive. And he's
probably a talker.
Yes.
I could see going to make
nervous.
a putt. You turn around, you go to make a putt, and there's a $20 bill being held down with a T.
Or something like that.
You know, saying, make it and it's yours. You know, I
can see stuff like that.
Generally be fun.
I think he'd be generally fun.
Unless you have Connor, and he and Connor might fight.
They might be a fight?
Yeah, because, you know, if Nick Sirianni made fun of him a little bit or got on his wrong, you know, Connor would kind of blow up. And I'm not saying anything against Connor on that. What I'm saying is he probably has the type of personality that turns people on or goes way the other way and turns people off.
I talked to a buddy of mine who is a Washington fan.
Okay.
And I'm in a group text with him and my buddy Matt, who just had a kid, by the way, so congrats to him.
Congrats, Matt. Boy or girl?
Boy.
Little boy.
And Matt didn't tell any of us.
What?
So we're in this group text, and he just sends us a picture of him holding a baby.
He didn't tell you he was pregnant? That his wife was pregnant?
No, it doesn't say it.
That's pretty good.
He goes, that's on me. It slipped my mind. I was like, oh, cool, man. But anyway, so, shout out to the McGovern family. He listens every day.
Love that.
But Matt asked my buddy Freddie, hey, how much do you hate Sirianni? And Freddie goes, I cannot stand him.
A lot of people don't. I know.
If you're not an Eagles fan, you loathe this guy.
Yes, exactly. I think so, too. I do not think Nick Sirianni would be likable to 31 other NFL cities.
He's trending that way, I would say, yeah.
Very dislikable. But to us, he's our guy.
He's our guy, and he's winning. So
but here, but to other teams, I could understand other teams why they wouldn't like him.
I think we would hate him if he was losing and doing this crap.
Could be. Hey, the final stretch of the John Kincade Show is presented by Stretch Zone. Your body deserves a good stretch, and at Stretch Zone, you're going to get a great stretch. Get on in and book your free 30-minute stretch session today at StretchZone.com. It was a disappointing night for the Sixers, and we need a ruling on a contest. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. The Birds are heading to the big game, and I know you've already looked at airlines tickets, and you've looked at hotels in Arizona, and you realize, damn, it's going to cost me a fortune. What if I gave you a cheat sheet, a little cheat code? There's an awesome package you could book right now with Philly Sports Trips. We've traveled with them. We know Vince Rizzuto. We know his entire team. And we know that they put out a great, great product. You want a direct flight to Arizona on their private charter, and that's all you want to do? Fly with them there and back? You can do it while seats remain. He's got access to hotels, pregame tailgate party, and so much more. I can promise you, we've experienced it firsthand. Philly Sports Trips does it first class. But you've got to reserve your spot and get in now. You don't want to lose it. So go on and get involved. They've been with us to Arizona, Vegas, Tampa, now back to Arizona for the big game. You're going to love it. It'll be the trip of a lifetime. PhillySportsTrips.com. Get on in at Philly Sports Trips. Let's go, Birds.
The John Kincade Show.
Sir, one more outburst, I will strangle you with my microphone wire. You understand me?
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
DallasStillSucks.com for details. All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.50.
This is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Yo, the hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. Gary Barbera's bigger, better, better. Durango. 16,666. Ho, ho, ho. Your radio's not broken. You heard me right. You can buy a Gary Barbera Durango from a crazy 16,666. Financing, don't worry. Instant credit. Come and get it.
Philadelphia's credit connection.
And oh, yeah.
DallasStillSucks.com.
You tell him, Birds Coach Nick.
Boy, I guess.
The hottest new SUV at the auto show. You saw it, now buy it at Barbera. High, wide, and handsome, big bed, bodacious Durango. 16,666. It was the star of the show. Buy it at Barbera from a crazy 16,666. Come and get it today.
Hey, this is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
And oh, yeah.
DallasStillSucks.com.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-993-8014. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-993-8014.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox for your free quote. 800-993-8014. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-993-8014.
While Call of Duty League has been thriving in its current season, the fans have had a different story. In the 3 months since Modern Warfare 2's release, players still can't play in ranked competitive modes. To the fans, the game's content has been subpar, including multiple game modes having major glitches. Adding to the woes, it's just been announced that the next major wave of content is being pushed back by 2 weeks. If you're a Call of Duty player, do you feel frustrated?
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get limited-time deals on your favorite tools and accessories. Plus, get 10% off in-stock kitchen cabinets with a $1,000 minimum purchase. And save even more on clearance cabinets in-store. Hurry and shop the Truckload event in-store or online while you can. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/26/28.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Congratulations, Philadelphia. You're going to the big game. Make your party perfect with a pick pack from the Piccalilli Inn. Pick packs have everything football fans crave, including their world-famous wings with blue cheese and celery, along with homemade favorites like buffalo rolls, pulled pork, coleslaw, mac and cheese, chicken fingers, or house salad starting at just $70. For eat-in or take-out, nobody does big game parties better than the original Piccalilli Inn. Route 206 in Chemung, New Jersey. For all pick pack options, visit the Piccalilli Inn on Facebook.
Fanatic fan favorites.
Pets Plus is the home of free pet food. With Paw Points, you earn free food and cash back on every purchase. That's why, for over 35 years, Pets Plus is Philly's favorite family-owned pet store. Visit PetsPlusNatural.com for a location near you.
Fanatic fan favorites on 97.5 The Fanatic.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Ends 2/28/23. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment taxes and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
You know, the only app you need at your Super Bowl party is FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. Download FanDuel now and use promo code BOB so you can bet on Super Bowl 57 with a no-sweat first bet. You'll get up to $3,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. FanDuel lets you bet on everything, from the money line to the point spreads. There's so many different things you can do. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game on Super Bowl Sunday, so maybe you want to take the over on some of the player props. All on a top-rated sportsbook app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. And best of all, you can get paid your winnings instantly. Join FanDuel today with promo code Bob to claim your no-sweat first bet on Super Bowl 57. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Want to remind you, get that BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app downloaded for the absolute best in-game betting experience during the big game. Download the BetParx app now at betparx.com. Make sure you get in there, and I think I'm going to wait out some of the sort of side bet stuff until we get a little closer.
Oh, I always do that. Yeah, I'm
wait till the end
I
on
gotta
that
have
one.
the total feel. I can't do something early.
Are we talking like the game itself or prop bets or
No,
what?
like prop bets on like player performance. As soon as they're I don't want to jump on like any prop bets that are posted. And I also don't want to bet. I don't want to bet nonsense. Like I don't want to bet the
like coin flips.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. So I'm trying to
National
stay
anthems.
away from that. I've already got two significant moves of profit from this year at risk on the Eagles winning the Super Bowl.
I'm in a really good spot because as I've said a few times, I always take my free bets and I put them on a team. I always put them on 3 teams. I'll do a first quarter, third of the season, and then middle, and then if the Eagles win, I win $730, and if the Chiefs win, I win $572.
So you're winning either way.
But I'll win the $730 because the Eagles are going to win.
I think you're going to do that too.
So I'm in a good spot.
I think it works well. Got to check that out. So get on in with that. We need, first of all, we need a ruling on the prize winner for the John Kincade Show Pick'em Pool. So we had the confidence pool running all year long on Yahoo. Bob Cooney's currently in 5th.
Yeah, I forgot to make my picks last week. So
Did you really? Did that keep you out?
I didn't get any.
Oh, no,
yeah.
Bob.
Yeah.
And you're in 5th place and you missed the week.
Yep.
Here's the
Screwed
ruling.
myself.
Coach, we need a ruling. I'm in 1st place. I'm leading the pool.
He's in first place.
I went to 1, went from 5, went to 4, went to 3, went to 2, went to 1.
You win.
No.
Oh, there's more?
But does 2nd place win? I can't win. I'm not allowed to win. No, but I'm not allowed to win a prize.
What? I didn't even know there was a prize.
Oh, yeah. We said there's going to be a prize. There's going to be a prize. But there's one more week to go. There's Super Bowl. So you still have the Super Bowl. I could still lose it. But I can't win. So what do we say? If I win, 2nd place wins?
How far are you ahead?
7 points.
Well, it does come down to the Super Bowl.
I could lose it. Yeah, I could lose it.
Yeah, but so this is. I thought it was just some national thing that you asked me to enter.
Oh,
but
no. This is our listeners.
So okay. Well, you're gonna have to bet. Somebody out there is gonna have to put all the money on the Chiefs. That's close in the top, because most people are gonna bet the Eagles.
And I think whoever Kane is could pass me if that happens.
He's able.
Very, very good.
Not bad.
That's really good. I'm going to give you that one.
Pretty cheesy.
Or
but not
the
bad.
law firm could potentially do that too. But they would be screwing themselves.
I say you have a tiebreaker. And whoever comes in 2nd place, if you come in first, you guys get in a fist fight.
I think you guys just get in a knife fight and settle this in the parking lot like
or
men.
a rock fight.
Take your shirt off and
I say
wrestle.
you tie your left hands together. We say go, and the last one standing wins.
By the way, I have seen that. We used
to do that all the time when we were kids. Are you kidding me?
Used to do that all the time?
God, we did stupidest. We used to tie our ankles together and get in fight.
Is that how you guys entertain yourself?
Like break a leg, couldn't you?
Yeah, we used to box in my backyard all the time.
And people think that video games are a bad thing for society.
Yeah,
before video
kids used
games,
to
they
do
were
stupid stuff like
tying
that.
ankles together and having fist fights.
Glenn Olson was a good boxer because he's left-handed also, and he had the speed bag in his garage that we used to hit all the time. Oh, yeah, he was a good boxer. Glenn was.
So you get your face punched, or you're not allowed to punch.
We didn't
face?
have headgear. Oh no, God, you were allowed to punch face.
What the hell's wrong with you, dude?
You think you get in fights?
Okay,
and
that's a little weird.
Tickle fights?
Okay, that's a little weird. The setting it up where you are setting up a fist fight. A fist fight.
We had boxing gloves.
Oh,
too.
I didn't realize. Okay, now I didn't realize that. Okay, got it. I didn't
Makes
realize.
a little more sense.
That makes more
We had
sense. I
boxing
didn't
gloves.
realize that.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize.
No, me and my brother would get in full-fledged fist fights. Yeah.
Did anyone ever get knocked out?
No, we never knocked out.
So you guys hit like a bitch.
No, but
you knew how to defend yourself.
No, but if your ankles were tied together, Pat, or your left hands were tied together, your proximity, you can't. It's the same. You're not getting
coming
the same
over your
proximity.
hand.
You're hitting in a phone booth.
It's a little hard.
You couldn't play that game with Glenn because he was left-handed.
By the way,
I can play with Glenn.
Pat, can't you got it? That we're approaching the $1 in the jar on that one. I get reminded by another DMer every time. There are no such thing as phone booths. You guys got to come up with something different. Because they're not. There haven't been phone booths in 20 years.
He's not wrong, but I'm sure somewhere in the world there's a phone booth.
No, wait. You guys have seen this, right? It's a new. It's a thing now. The boxing in the phone booth.
What?
So you have
This
two
sounds
guys.
Awesome.
This is. I got to tell you, I think it's pretty brutal. You have two guys standing back to back.
Okay.
And I think they have like MMA gloves on. And they ring a bell and they just turn and go at it until one guy either gets knocked down or gets out of the phone booth.
Okay,
I swear to God, I've seen this on, I guess, TikTok or something.
I've not seen that. I saw card jujitsu.
What's card jujitsu?
So card jujitsu is you have two guys in the driver's seat and the passenger seat, and they're buckled. And when the horn sounds or whatever, they unbuckle and try to submit the opponent
in the car.
It is extremely dumb. I mean, it is next level dumb. But the best part is you've got these like the play-by-play color guy actually breaking it down as if this is like a real sport of like, oh, you know, he's trying to hook his leg over it, but the dash is in the way, and he was really smart because he pinned the arm there where the seatbelt is. It's like this is idiotic.
You had me at next level dumb.
There you go. That is next level dumb. I'd watch that though.
It's on ESPN Day Ocho.
Hey, now through January 31st, Lisa 2023 BMW X5 xDrive 40i for just $899 a month. That's today. You got to get on this. For 36 months with $8,579 due at signing. For details, visit bmwcenters.com. So we had friends whose daughter got her first apartment.
By herself?
And
Way to go, daughter.
Yes, her first apartment for herself. She graduated college in May.
Awesome.
And she's got her first job, and she now has her first apartment. So she found a free washer-dryer on Marketplace.
Okay.
And all her dad and a friend had to do was pick them up and bring them to her. And they looked in good condition, everything like that. So she gets them for her apartment. So I get an email from her father. Tell me that he got the call last night. Now, this came in this morning. He got the call last night, frantically, at 4 a.m, that her apartment is overrun with mice.
Oh, my God.
And there were mice in the washer-dryer.
Nope.
Oh,
nope, I'm moving.
Snap.
I'm moving
there
right
are
then
apartments. So her dad is now calling an exterminator.
Yep, I'm moving.
To get rid of the mice. There must have been, and she knows that there were mice because the mice are in the, she
They're
can
clean.
hear them in the washer and dryer, which were put on they were on a back porch while they were taken out of a house during renovations.
Right.
They were sitting on the back porch, so I guess mice must have nested in them.
Is this place an apartment building?
It's in an apartment building.
Oh, then the whole building is going to need to.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not just the apartment, man. It's the apartment building.
She could hear them running around in the dark.
You know where you don't have this problem? Like, I don't know.
That would freak me out.
You go to like Best Buy, they sell washers and dryers.
Well, wait a minute. You see a free washer dryer, and you know it's like it's.
Yeah, you're getting it on Marketplace, so it's not.
Well, it's not like you're getting it
okay,
right.
Fine. The trade-off is, it was free.
Oh my gosh!
And it also came with some roommates.
Oh my gosh!
How does she feel about that? She's got a bunch of roommates now that moved in.
Well, you know, some people don't like to be alone.
That's a good point.
Well, I think you put mouse traps down.
Mickey and Minnie move in and say, "Hey, look, do you want to split the cable? Like, I'll get the electricity."
How much would you be able to sleep, John? Especially you, if you're in bed and you hear snap,
no shot,
snap every couple of minutes.
I'll tell you right now. The movie theater last night, I heard something behind me and I got freaked out.
What did you hear? Like
So at this, I'm not going to say what movie theater it is, but at this movie theater, they have like the reclining seats. The reclining seats are great. They're comfortable. They're also a breeding ground for mice because there's a lot of room for them to move around underneath. Yeah, there's a ton of room for them to move around underneath, and you won't see them. So I've had issues before at this theater where like a mouse hopped up on the seat next to me and said like, "Yo, dude, what did I miss? I showed up late."
I would jump if the mouse showed up, but I wouldn't be freaked out if I saw the mouse. I wouldn't be freaked.
No,
if it jumps up on me, I'm freaked.
It didn't jump up on me, but I had it was one of those like dine-in theater things. And I had food. I had the lid on it, and I looked over, and Mickey was like, "What do you got here?" So
is this the one near me, by the way?
No.
Okay, good.
No, and
I'm feeling better.
I heard something behind me, and I don't know what it was, but since I've had an issue with them before at this place, I got pretty freaked out. And
mice. Now, see, instead of cocaine bear, Bob, mice in a theater.
Movie mice.
Yeah.
Movie mice.
I don't handle mice well at all. I'd be freaked out. I'd consider just
mice on meth.
Meth mice.
All right, we have really
that's the sequel. That's
we have
not
really
bad.
kind listeners.
Yeah.
I already have 2 guys who have emailed me saying, if you tell your friend to call me, we'll come over and take care of it. He says it's not like there has to be anything done to the entire building. If they're just in there, they could take care of it.
No, they got to shut down the block.
I don't know. If you have Mr. and Mrs. Mouse doing a nasty on the steps and, there's other mice coming, you got to watch out for that.
They want to consummate that apartment.
That's right.
Reminder that we're heading to Arizona.
Break it in.
We're heading to Arizona next week, broadcasting from Radio Row Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And our Super Bowl coverage is all presented by Rally House. Get to Rally House to get all your Eagles gear for the big game. Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. Plus Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Proud to be endorsed by jalenhurts, and I'm very proud to endorse them too, I got to tell you. And Berge Chevrolet, now with 2 locations in Plymouth Meeting and Colmar. So
Pat, what number was Bill Berge?
66.
Very good.
Do you remember his
all over it.
First big marketing campaign?
Berge Chevrolet.
Now, Bob might remember this.
Berge King.
He sang a song on the commercial.
Dude, that's so bad.
One of our listeners knows this answer.
Berge King.
Bill Berge sang a song on a commercial, and it became a big thing for a while, like a year or 2. And he sang a song. The entire commercial was him singing, and it was big. So if anyone knows that, they may call Connor and fill it in. I'll share everything coming up.
Bill Berge's such a nice guy.
And it was about him punching somebody.
And such a nice family. Whatever.
He is a nice dude.
I called his house one time to do an interview, and his wife's like, "Yeah, 1 second, Bob, you got him," and proceeded to tell me that Bill had the let's just say bubble guts, and that's what it was taking him a little longer to get to the telephone.
That's not good.
And I was just like that, like it was so. I don't want to say cute, but it was so neat that she's just so nice that she felt she could just share that with anybody,
Yes.
He is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
He is a nice dude.
Yeah, really, really good.
Everyone loves him.
Yes.
Everyone loves him.
There's so many really great people maybe they get better as life goes on. I don't know. But you talk about like the Bernie Perrants and the Bill Berges and, guys from way back just seem to generally be pretty
the guys
decent dudes
that stuck around here, I think they just get this city and the fan base.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Probably.
And they resonate with us. They understand our culture and they understand what we're about. And Berge's one of them because he stuck around. Bernie Perrant's one of them.
Plus, I think they realize that they can make a living here. Because they're loved in the community and they are beloved.
Bernie has not paid for a drink in 50 years.
Yeah, right. This story will piss John off, but one of my cousin's favorite stories to tell. He's an Oakland Raiders fan. He lives up in Connecticut. He came down here to go to the Raiders-Eagles game one year.
Okay.
And we were tailgating in the parking lot with my friend Tim, who was a member at Bob Clark's gym over in Cherry Hill, and Clark was tailgating with us. And my cousin to this day is still freaked out that he was tailgating, because he's a huge hockey fan. He's still freaked out that he was tailgating with Bobby Clark one day.
Is he the guy who had all the artwork of the Flyers in his house and stuff?
My friend Timmy.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
All right, Dan in Drexel Hill knows what it is. Dan, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing, John?
Dan, what was he singing?
I think it was like Mean Mary Jean. She was the head of our team. It was a Plymouth Dodge commercial.
No, I don't remember that one. I remember Punch 'Em All. See if you can find it, Pat. Bill Berge, Punch 'Em All, where it was when Mac.
Pay by phone.
It's when Mac. Yes, it was the pay by phone.
I don't remember this
Bill
at all.
Bill Berge, thanks you, Dan. Bill Berge was punch 'em all with one pay-by-phone call. Punch the plumber, punch Beltel, punch all the people that serve you so well. I remember the song. Punch 'em all.
Obviously.
And it was Bill Berge punching everybody. Like,
God, I don't remember that a little bit.
It's got to exist somewhere in the internet. Someone's got it. Bob wanted to ask a question in Cooney's Corner. If you could attend a Super Bowl in a 5-day period, where would it be?
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
If you had 5 days to spend in Super Bowl city, and John, I'm taking Las Vegas away from you because everybody knew that was going to be your answer.
Next year's return, you mean?
Yeah.
Next year's Super Bowl.
But if there's one city where you could spend 5 days to watch a Super Bowl, and I can either talk it up or talk it down, whichever one you pick, which one would it be? Patrick, let's start with you.
Okay, there's a lot of good cities in the United States.
There is many good. There are many good cities.
There's one that I think is the pinnacle, though.
The pinnacle. That means the top.
I would have to go with Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
You know what? When I wrote this question out last night, I knew he was going to say that.
Did you really?
I swear I knew he was going to say it.
I know the roads. I know the traffic. I know where to go.
You have a place to sleep?
Yeah.
It's kind of free.
Lodging. Guys, you guys are thinking about this as like these, jet setters. I'm thinking about this logically.
I swear to God, if nobody said it and I thought you would, I was going to come back to that too.
I've been to 16. This will be Super Bowl 17 for me. The best Super Bowl city, hands down, New Orleans, Louisiana, and it's not close.
Yeah.
There are tons of hotels. You take a cab from the airport, Pat, and you literally unpack your bag, go to your hotel room, and you walk or take a short cab or Uber ride everywhere. You can walk to the game. You can walk to Radio Row. You can walk to any one of the party venues. Then you can walk down Bourbon Street. You can walk to any restaurant you go to. You walk everywhere.
Doesn't really do it for me.
Really?
I've never had an interest in going to New Orleans.
We haven't done it, though.
Yeah, I haven't done Czech Republic, but I still have no interest in doing it.
I find that surprising you've never been to New Orleans.
Me?
Yeah.
I think it's because it's known as a party city, and I'm just not a drinker. So
yeah, I mean,
I think when you're
there's really good restaurants.
It's a great eating city.
I know that and all, but like the eating primarily is a lot of spice, and I'm a little B boy, so I can't do spicy stuff. It just doesn't really. There's no draw for me there.
I'll tell you what. The first few times that I went to New Orleans, I was cool with it, and then it just became.
Does it get a little tired for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great place to spend 3 or 4 days when you're 30, 40 years, whatever. But having to do it, I spent a week there for NBA All-Star Week. And
by the end of the week, it was too much?
It was bat bleep crazy all week long, and that may have turned it down for me a little bit. But
I know you need bar shoes. You need bar, like at the old Springfield Inn.
Yeah,
you need bar shoes because your feet are going to stick to the floor in a lot of places.
We called it doing the kid thing or the adult thing when you went to New Orleans. Do you do the kid thing where you're on Bourbon Street and party until 3:30 in the morning, or do you do the adult thing and go over to say, a nice restaurant, maybe one of Emerald's restaurants, and have a really good dinner, or go to Jackson Square, whatever it is. You can do both, but New Orleans isn't bad. Coach, what do you got?
As soon as you said it, Miami came to mind first. But I think a hidden gem might be Nashville.
Ooh.
Nashville's a great town.
Tremendous town.
I've never been there.
I can't believe you've never done Nashville.
Yeah, that's pretty. I've flown through there, but I've never spent time there.
No. But the thing is, if you spend a week there, Coach, it's not a big downtown.
It's not. And
it's like 3 blocks, 4 blocks.
It reminds me kind of New Orleans a little bit, but smaller. But it is a party.
It is a party town.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I asked it was because, L.A., Miami, Vegas, I guess Arizona, those are like basically the 4 places that you're going. There's really nowhere else.
No, it's a...
you mentioned New Orleans, though, but...
And the weird thing is with the New Orleans is with the Miami, Coach, is that they always put the media and everything like in Fort Lauderdale, and like they did Radio Row in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, is that right?
And then the game's being played out west on the turnpike.
Yeah.
So it's like it's very laid out poorly.
Yeah,
now,
like
staying in Miami, staying downtown, South Beach or something. Yeah, I'm in, Coach. I'd be totally in. But they always put the media and all the media stuff in.
Fan.
You don't like that either?
I got it.
Bob,
I'm not
you
a
love
huge
to walk.
South Beach. I know.
You love walking. It's one of the best places to walk.
Sure, any place as long as there's not nails on the floor is good to walk. I don't know why but I was thinking like L.A. It's in Inglewood now. L.A. No matter what, there's no really. You don't have any setting point because people that haven't been out there. L.A. is L.A., but you don't stay in downtown L.A. because downtown L.A. isn't all that great.
No.
So if you stay out, say, in Santa Monica or something like that, you're far away, and it takes you forever to get downtown.
Yes.
Inglewood is not a very good part of town.
No, you're not staying in Inglewood.
No, Inglewood is, it's south of the airport and I guess west of L.A., and it's kind of in the middle of nothing.
It's sketchy as hell.
Yeah.
It's not good.
So if you're doing stuff there, you're going to spend a lot of time traveling from. Now, Santa Monica is beautiful.
I love it.
But, it's
But
just,
you're going to
there's
spend
not many
40
towns.
minutes.
I think I'm with Pat. Philadelphia is the one for me.
Oh, geez.
Jeffrey Lurie, get that Dome Stadium. Here we go.
No, I don't want a dome. I don't want the dome, but it's all right. Hey, have a great, great day, everybody. Be listening to Cuz Radio all day long. Cousin Chunas taking you through the week and getting you ready for everything that's going on around Super Bowl 57. Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Pierce Phelps Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Dealers, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it today at 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We need you to hang out with us tomorrow. Adam Schefter helps get you ready for Super Bowl 57 and more. The John Kincade Show. Make it a great day, everybody. Hey, with the Birds heading to Arizona, I want you to shop the largest selection of the Eagles' NFC champions and Super Bowl gear at Rally House. Where else would you be going? Get all the Eagles gear you're looking for, including official postseason gear in the latest styles. At Rally House, you get to pick from anything you need. Now, it's not just Major League Baseball, NHL, and NBA all year long, and the great MLS apparel. It's everything you need to surround your birds right now. If you want accessories to decorate your car, your house, getting ready for the big party coming up for the big game, cement your status as a true fan with the greatest gear. You're going to love it. And they are sponsoring our trip. They are presenting sponsor for our trip out to the big game. The Birds are heading to Arizona. Shop the largest selection of Eagles NFC champions and Super Bowl gear only at Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's your Rally House.
The John Kincade Show.
They're like the family from hell on acid that's on steroids.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. The Birds are heading to the big game. And the John Kincade Show will be live from Glendale, Arizona next week, bringing you everything Birds as the journey toward another Lombardi Trophy continues. All of our big game coverage from Arizona is presented by Rally House. Get to Rally House to get all your Eagles gear for the big game. Rally House. It's your city. It's your house.
Also